The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Say hello to Bill Squire, who is right over there.
Creepy hugs it.
Are you all right over there? Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm just gonna make that my intro today.
Do you need to be more moist?
No, I think it was pretty moist. I feel like that was.
That sounded dry.
Oh, really? No, it was. That was a big old piece of phlegm.
Oh.
Gargly.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. All right.
You want a bite?
No.
Why do you assume he was asking you, Mary?
Do you want a bite?
Yes.
I love you a piece of my phlegm. I coughed it up just for you and put it in my baby bird style.
Hey, thanks, bro.
Thanks, bro. I love phlegm.
Arms out.
Mary Santora.
I don't like when you do the impression without the arms out.
Okay, I'll do
Arms
it.
out.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Arms out. Don't shoot. Mary Santora is right there.
Hi, guys. No babies.
She looks gussied up. You got a date tonight,
I
right
do.
after the show.
Right after the show.
I knew it.
Got my open back.
Oh.
Breaking the live stream.
Little lacy bra. Little wedges.
So she's planning.
Wedges higher.
Did you shave your legs?
No, I got pants on.
That doesn't mean you didn't shave your legs.
Why would I shave my legs?
Why would you shave your legs?
No.
Miss, I just bought condoms at Costco.
But I'm still afraid of COVID. I might hug him tonight. We'll see what happens.
Might hug him. You know what? With
Can't
this
you just get like the sheet of plastic and poke a hole through it?
No.
If this guy comes at you like Alan Cox, arms wide
out.
open. With arms wide open. Yeah, all right, well.
Bro, give me a hug, bro.
That's right. Will you chest bump him?
Maybe.
Yeah. Hey, Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Thursday.
You're going to find a brand new Poundcake waiting for you at AlanCoxShow.com. Among all of the other bits of fun and frivolity we've got there for you is a weekly piece of writing from Poundcake where he scours his innermost thoughts, where he scoops them out, and he puts pen to paper, and he offers them up for your consideration. This one's called Ethnicity Filters.
I liked it.
Ethnicity Filters.
Courtesy of Bill. I can't even take credit for that.
Yep.
But it's up there for you, and make sure that you check that out. Are you happy with this one?
I am.
Did you say what you wanted to say?
Yes, but I did call gay court in my house. I had to get a second opinion because I was like, listen, I'm black and I'm gay, and I take this personally. So if I'm overreacting or being too harsh, because the title was originally going to be dating racist,
right?
So I had to ask my
no one could begrudge you that.
Yeah, but I had to ask my roommates. I'm like, listen, do you think having a filtering out a race on an app is racist? And they're like, well, no, like there's cultural differences, there's religious differences, and he was like, sometimes people are comfortable with what they know.
So you called gay court together and asked them this question.
Yes. So I did get second opinions, a second and third opinion, because he's just saying pretty much people are comfortable with what they like, and sometimes people don't do it because they are trying to be exclusive. They're trying to be inclusive.
See, now that's what I thought. When I saw it, and I think Alan might have mentioned this when we talked about it earlier in the week, some guys are like, oh, I'm just really into Asian girls. So maybe I was thinking that they filter it so that was all that they see.
And then it becomes a fetish type thing, too.
Well, some people are like that.
And that's because you don't come from a racist standpoint. But when I was, like, what I saw, and from my experience, people it has a history of having racial undertones. Like, I don't want any femmes. I don't want any,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
bottoms.
based completely, or not even completely. It's based on your complete skin color, as Poundcake put it.
Well, that's a good line in there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's true, though.
Your complete skin color. You know, if you have vitiligo or another skin... Listen, he's a kid that comes from the perspective of someone with a skin condition.
Mm-hmm.
And so he thinks of skin, of course, the largest organ in your body, as an entire animal.
Maybe
and
for
so
you.
your complete skin color.
Completely skin color.
I got
Complete
an enlarged
skin
heart
color.
over here.
Hey, there you go.
Elephant man.
Christian Slater with the baboon heart over here. Good for you. All right, so gay court agreed that you were on the right track.
No, they disagreed with me, so that's why I changed it. I'm glad I actually went with Bill's title rather than dating racist. Because they were like, I don't think that it's racist.
It's not always racist. Some people might be
always.
using it racist.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad I called gay court. And so that's
Do they have it on farmersonly.com?
I don't know. I'm not on farmersonly.com.
Do they have the ethnicity filter?
I think the filters in farmersonly.com are implied. I don't even think that you get the option of that.
I also thought
City
about...
folk just don't understand. And you know what we mean by city folk. I do like the line, being in these streets.
I laughed
right
out loud.
before we were walking in to start the show.
I giggled and I was like, what streets are you in?
My roommate said the
What
same thing.
streets?
But I am in these streets,
What
okay?
streets? What streets? Detroit Road and Lakewood?
Streets
What
don't
street are you
necessarily
in?
streets don't necessarily mean you're in the hood. It just means you're out about the town, like you're tasting
But
the
you aren't
city.
even really that.
I was before
You were
COVID.
a long time ago.
Not even before that. When I
No,
lived-
because you become a homebody in the past year.
Being is in present tense. You didn't say I was in these streets.
Yes, but
you
I-
said being in these streets, which, by the way, is an awful way to start a sentence. But okay, whatever. Being in these streets.
when I was throwing hands on Prospect Avenue and also on Detroit, I was very big in the scene.
He's in the streets. He's throwing hands. He's right. He was very big at what scene?
The gay scene.
The gay scene. A lot of throwing hands and being in the streets in the gay scene?
Throwing hands, throwing twinks, all of them.
Toss hands is a cheerleading term, and every time you say that, that's what I think of.
What does that mean?
That's where you take the girl and you throw her and catch her by your shoulders. Toss hands. She's standing in your hands.
Oh. You throw her up.
You have grab her by the waist and
you toss
1, 2,
her up.
and she jumps and you throw, and then you catch her feet and you hold her kind of by your shoulders. Right
Wow.
here.
Well, not only catch her feet, she's got to land on your feet.
Yeah.
No, on your hands.
I'm sorry. But
on
both
her
of
hands,
you,
yeah.
have to be really on top of your game there.
Yeah.
So you were
Toss hands is what it's called, not throwing hands.
You were probably tossed many times. You had to land on a lot of guys' hands, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Just hoping to tonight.
Stop it! Don't do that.
If his hands are all she's landing on, it might have gone slightly awry.
No, I think it's a start. I think
I'm not
that's
doing that tonight.
There's a girl who writes quite frequently. Her name's Megan, and she always has a Mary problem.
Okay.
And she was like, she's too scared to kiss, but she bought condoms. That was her one email to me.
Yeah, because I'm not going to use the condoms right now. These are just something I want to have just in case.
These are preparatory condoms.
Correct.
Yep.
Case of, whatever, 2 weeks from now or whatever, 3, whenever we're ready and we're at, presumably my house, and the guy pulls out, I don't have one. And be like, well, guess what? I do. They're just there to, and the box is good for 2 years.
What
So if it
adult
stays
man isn't
unopened-
carrying one when he's on a date, by the way?
I don't know.
Huh.
But it's happened more than once to me.
I know that's the move. 'Cause
Right.
I don't have one.
And that's when you get up and be like, well, I'm prepared.
I am prepared. And by the way, what grown woman doesn't have them as well?
Correct.
Right?
Megan apparently doesn't have them.
No, she doesn't say she doesn't have them. She was
She was
focusing
very
on...
judgy of Mary
She
being
is
prepared.
always
That's
very
okay.
judgy of Mary. She'll always send me some emails about Mary.
What else does she hate?
Well, I mean, I'd have to bring up all of her emails, but I usually just kind of go past them. But I don't know.
Sorry, Meg.
I guess maybe she was just she was perplexed by that. Maybe that's what
I get it. That does seem a little like, oh, if you're not going to kiss, why you got condoms? I get it.
Yeah, the
But
tarp
it's
with the
just-
hole in it.
It's just, no.
Mary definitely sounds crazy. I can't. Mary's immature and childish.
How did you discern that amongst us?
I'm probably crying about spiders or something.
Yeah, though that's a high bar around these parts. So, right. But as fun as it is to hear Mary cry again, why is she crying about staying sober but won't go to meetings?
because it's coronavirus and there are no meetings, but good try.
I think she meant Zoom AA. Mary can't even watch a video of a spider. What do you, 8? But skateboarding is immature? Okay, that's one.
Some 48-year-olds shouldn't start skateboarding. That's all.
Again, there's a whole litany there of to bring
multiple
that word
times
back.
a day, every
it's
day.
fine.
That's okay.
It's
okay,
fine.
Megan.
Yeah,
We'll
who
figure
cares,
it out.
right? I just pass these along, and then I know that you'll have an answer, and her curiosity will be sated.
Yeah.
That's all she's looking for.
That's it.
I assume. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, I've got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. If you're not able to join us, by the way, on during the show on the phones in here, you can always leave us a message on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, long-time listener. The other day, you were talking about the Dinosaurs TV series and how crazy that idea was. Well, I don't know if you have ever heard of the show called Pile Honey, I'm Home. Recommend it. It's on YouTube. It has the catchiest theme song. And the basic plot is your standard sitcom. A fun couple lives next to each other, lives together, and they've got a grumpy group of neighbors. But the main characters that you're following just so happen to be Hitler and his wife Eva. And pesky neighbors also just so happen to be Jewish. Now, this is a failed pilot, so it did not get past the first episode. I can't imagine why, but just thought you want to hear about it.
Had anybody ever heard of Heil Honey, I'm Home?
I have heard of it. I've heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
I heard of it.
He said that. I was like, I thought he misspoke.
No.
I was like, did he say that wrong?
I don't think I watched the whole thing, but I think I watched like a little bit of it, and it is a real thing. I think it was, and it's going to shock you like when it was made, because it wasn't like
the pilot aired one time, and they have Hitler and Eva Braun have like New York accents. It's like the guy was trying to do a satire of the Honeymooners, but with Hitler and Eva Braun.
Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Hello.
I'm home. Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Smile, honey. Because I'm home. Gee, it's great to be Top Gun, but it's nothing like the fun that I get when I say Heil, honey, I am home. Heil, honey.
Heil, honey.
Smile, honey.
1990.
1990,
the pilot
right.
aired.
Yeah. 1990.
People were so incensed that it only was canceled immediately. But it has all the hallmarks of kind of that old sitcom-y kind of vibe. You know.
Heil, honey, I'm home.
Then the wife comes in.
Heil, honey, me.
What did I do now? Oh, tonight you were making schnitzel. What a jerk. You must be real mad at me, honey. I'm a very, very bad Hitler. Come here, baby.
Don't touch me. You've been late for your dinner every night this week.
Ava, babe, please. I'm the Fuhrer.
Anyway, there was quite a furor over this show.
I can't believe they even made it. Like, how did they make that? And there's got to be so many people that had deals where they're not getting it. Like, they won't make the Bill Squire movie, but they'll make Hail,
Heil
Honey,
Hitler, I'm home.
Hail, Honey, I'm home. But
yeah,
God damn,
Heil,
that's
Honey,
wild.
I'm home. Yeah, Hitler and Eva Braun live in Berlin, except everybody's got New York accents. Next door to a Jewish couple, Arnie and Rosa Goldenstein, and boy, they don't have much in common with their neighbors. So it was kind of patterned after like I Love Lucy, that kind of thing. But the guy, obviously, it was only the pilot was ever shown. I had never heard of this show before until we got that call.
I heard about it from, I think, a podcast, and it's one of those things
That's wild.
is crazy that it was made, and it's crazy that it was made in 1990.
1990.
Right.
Like, that's weird.
But that's also one of those things where it's a canary in the coal mine, where if the show had been huge, they would have kept making them. I mean, you think about Hogan's Heroes. That was a sitcom about a concentration camp that ran for 6...
Prisoner of war camp.
Well, but, I mean, it was set in World War II.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they weren't like walking these guys off to the ovens, but, you know.
I think those shows, like movies...
It was a World War II comedy with Nazis.
Right, and it was... I think shows like that were enjoyed by guys that were in the war, and it was almost a way for them to cope with what they went through. That's my guess.
You think that's what it was?
Yeah, I think so.
It ran for 6 seasons.
Shell-shocked. Everybody had PTSD from the war,
yeah,
but they didn't talk about it back then. You were supposed to just kind of grin and bear it, and so I think that's kind of one of those things that they were able to put out there and kind of address some of the issues in a light way and help them kind of come to terms with it.
Yeah, and Hogan's Heroes, it ran for 6 seasons and it just ended. They didn't do like a big finale. Like, if you're... My dad was a big MASH fan. I think most people of a certain age, their dad liked MASH, right? And they turned the end of MASH into this. I mean, back then, you only had 3 networks, so when a show went off the air, 40 million people watched it, whatever. Hogan's Heroes had been canceled by the time I was born, but it ran for 6 years. And you could see reruns. They probably still run them.
Yeah, I'm sure
they probably run Hogan's Heroes reruns somewhere, and you can buy them on DVD and that whole bit.
But then there's movies like Great Escape and stuff like that where I think... And there were so many World War II movies that came out in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
That were, I think, made to make those guys feel good about what they did. I mean, there are a lot of propaganda, but it's one of those things to make those people, make everybody feel, because it was such a sacrifice at that time to go to war that you go, okay, well, my son died in this war, but at least it was for a good cause because we are free and we are moving forward as a country.
Right. The most amazing thing to me about Hogan's Heroes was Bob Crane, who played the main guy. And he started in radio, and then he became an actor and all this stuff. But there's a movie called Autofocus. I don't know if you've ever seen this. It's about Bob Crane. Greg Kinnear plays him. Because Bob Crane had a really wild sex life. Like, he was like a regular kind of guy, in public and on television. Good-looking dude. But, like, behind the scenes... He was like filming people, and he had dudes over and chicks. And this movie Autofocus is wild about Bob Crane. They find him in his apartment in Phoenix, bludgeoned to death, and like they never caught the guy. So he was mixed up in some weird stuff that ended up.
Was
they
he having,
assume
like, swingers parties and stuff?
Something like that. Yeah, it was. The movie's wild.
Probably something to do with the fact that his sexuality was probably pretty ambiguous, and then somebody that didn't want some sort of secret to get out probably killed him.
Maybe, yeah,
guess?
maybe so.
That's
I mean,
my guess.
he came back in the 70s after Hogan's Heroes. They did a thing called The Bob Crane Show. That was a sitcom that it ran for 1 season. I remember when I was real little that show was on. But yeah, he ended up getting bludgeoned in the head. But when that guy called, I had to Google Heil Honey, I'm Home because I thought for sure it was a goof. I thought it was like a fake...
No, it's not a sketch. It's a real show that was made.
I thought somebody had created the backstory for it, and then I started Googling the actors who were in it. And I was like, oh, this is on their CV. Like, they actually did this.
And they're excited. They're like, oh, my God, I got a pilot. I got a pilot. Who you going to play?
Hitler?
Hitler, but like it's a comedy Hitler.
Well, you guys know how I sound. I don't want to promote Hitler. So... I don't know that I would watch that show.
It's one of Mary's hot takes. As recently as a couple of days ago, if I go back to the records here, I don't want to promote Hitler. And why was it that you didn't want to promote? I mean, again, it's a brave, in a year of increasingly brave stands to take. Mm-hmm. And I'm only half kidding, by the way.
Yeah,
because,
right.
boy, you would have thought I don't want to promote Hitler would have been something that everyone would have laughed at as a piece of satire. Not so. Nope. There are a lot of people who clearly would love to promote Hitler. But why was it specifically that you did not want to?
There was a guy, excuse me, who was speaking about racial inequality, and he had a really good message, so I shared it to my story, and then someone messaged me and was like, yo, this dude's a huge anti-Semite. Like, you might want to take that down. I can't believe you.
By the way, you mentioned that, and it didn't click with me until and you mentioned Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea Handler was the one who shared it, and I saw it on her page, yeah.
But so did all of these other celebrities.
Jewish. Chelsea Handler is.
Well, I don't know.
But you didn't know who the guy was?
I have no
idea. It was Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah,
you didn't know who Louis Farrakhan was?
I've never seen or heard of him, no.
He's the head of the Nation of Islam. He, dirty Jews, and he was closely aligned with Scientology back in the day. His house, the Nation of Islam started in Detroit, but he moved it to Chicago many years ago. So if you were on the near south side of Chicago, you could go to either the mosque, which was like the HQ for the Nation of Islam, or you could go past Farrakhan's house, and he'd have all these dudes you've seen Nation of Islam guys. They got the bow tie and they got the hats.
They're the ones that protected OJ, right? Like the day of the verdict or something like that.
Maybe
I'm
so.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe so. But when I started to see that story, I was like, people were passing around Louis Farrakhan and didn't know. That's the problem.
That is the problem.
This is the problem with my fellow liberals, is they glom on to something somebody who they would otherwise hate says one thing they like, and then they go, "Oh, I'll just put this out." But you didn't even know who Louis Farrakhan was.
Well, that's my point. Is that people who like me, and this is one of those like check your privilege, try to learn kind of a thing. A simple Google search would have showed me that, but instead I saw it, the immediacy of it. I was like, "Oh, he made a good point," and I shared it instead of taking 20 seconds to figure out. To educate myself, essentially.
But I can't believe you didn't know who he was.
No.
On sight, didn't know.
Yeah, I've seen.
I do that all the time, though, where I share stuff from someone I hate. It's called the Bill Squire Show.
On sight. Available now wherever you consume your podcasts.
That's right. Eat them up.
But yeah, if you are
like
trying
Jennifer Aniston retweeted.
that's the
and
thing.
I'm like, guys, are you kidding me?
I feel like an idiot because I am trying to help and trying to get word out, and then someone messaged me like, "Hey man, wrong person." And I'm like, "Damn it," you know what I mean? So it's just
It was him on the Phil Donahue show like 30 years ago.
Take a couple minutes and just do a little bit of research and make sure you're not promoting Hitler. I felt very stupid after that. Yeah.
And by the way, by celebrities who are already like super woke and should have known way better. Jessica Chastain. I mean, people who I think legitimately are now white women, but I mean, who are legitimately out there trying to make some good moves. Not just now, but like have been, right? Chelsea Handler and Jessica Chastain and Jamila Jamil, who that girl. They're all posting Farrakhan.
And they all have teams behind them that could let them know, like, that can vet their social media, that have publicists, like, bitch, don't post this.
I had a girlfriend from high school message me on Instagram and was like, "Hey, this is such a good message. How do I share it?" And I like told her to share it, and then not a minute later,
Farrakhan clip?
Not like a minute later, someone hit me up and was like, "Hey, you don't want to share stuff by that guy?" And I had to message her and be like, "Yo, take it down immediately. Like, not the guy you want to be."
Everybody's
putting out there.
all these people talking about how Facebook doesn't do anything. Facebook banned Louis Farrakhan.
Yeah,
because he's super anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT. He's obviously, black superiority is his thing.
Right.
But holy cow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Problematic is the understatement of the year
Very
when it comes to, right.
So just do a little bit of research before you get all
Yeah,
trigger
I mean,
happy.
you might as well just pass around some G.G. Allen from the Jenny Jones show 30 years ago or something. Hey, look at this guy. Hey, suicide on Halloween. Who can't get down with that?
Is he a big rich guy?
Farrakhan?
Yeah.
I think he's probably got some money, but he like started out in the 50s as like a calypso singer or something. He was like, we put the lemon in the tidy bowl. One of these guys. And then he took over the Nation of Islam years ago. If you go on YouTube and type in, again, he was on a talk show and he was a controversial figure. I feel like he's not as prominent as he used to be. He's still the head of the Nation of Islam, but I'm sure there's a lot of young brothers who don't care about Farrakhan. But, yeah, I mean, he's banned women from his speeches. He said women should be at home taking care of their husbands. Hated Obama. And who lived like in Chicago, like their place was not far from Farrakhan's at all, And he'd say that Obama was under Jewish influence and this whole thing. So
very wild. Just do some research. I learned my lesson very quickly.
When you mentioned that, I didn't put two and two together until I kind of like later that night. I'm like, I wonder what Mary was talking about. And I Googled, I was like, they're passing Farrakhan around? That blew my mind.
They're just focused on that one message amongst all the things that he said.
No, but my point with Mary
yeah.
is she didn't even know who Farrakhan was.
Yeah.
Chelsea Handler knows who Louis Farrakhan is.
Yeah, Chelsea Handler should know better.
I mean, do whatever you want, but I was just amazed that,
that was the clip.
Anybody who didn't know who he was, I go, here's a guy saying something I like.
That's exactly what it was.
It must have been really great for you to post it. What was the quote?
It was just like, it was an interview of him on an old talk show, and
Phil
they were
Donahue
going
show.
back and forth with the audience, and he was just explaining how, I think I brought it up.
Systemic racism, I think.
Yeah,
is what he was
basically,
explaining.
but yeah, it was just like him explaining to white people in the crowd who had questions, and he was explaining it in a what seemed like informative way, and so yeah, it was just like, oh, that's a different perspective. This is a way to get it out there.
When someone's they're trying to fight for their equality, but so willing to put down other people at the same time that are fighting for the same equality. Where he's anti-Semitic, but he's also like, as a black person, he wants to be treated as an equal, and then but Jewish people no.
One of the actors that plays on Pose, like there is a guy, I think his name is Billy Porter. a black gay actor. He was just like,
Yeah. He's like the guy that shows up with these really
ridiculous,
ornate,
flamboyant costumes. He's just like, oh, so y'all want to talk about Black Lives Matter? He was like, but black people, do black LGBT lives matter? He was like, because y'all really been ignoring us. He was like, we've been getting killed by us. Like by our own people.
Well, that's the thing too. Like black trans people, they've been dead silent on black trans people. So there's all these. Again, it goes back to not everybody thinks in one. Even in one group, not everybody thinks the exact same way. But I was just blown away that people weren't. Listen, if you're ignorant about Louis Farrakhan, that's one thing. But like if you're passing it around because he said, I guess a broken clock is right twice a day too.
Right.
I mean, but the fact that he said something that people were passing around blew my mind.
I'm sure people can compliment Hitler like, well, he was a really great communicator.
Oh, people say he was a fantastic leader. Like, what are you talking about?
Look at the Autobahn.
Great public speaker. It's like not what we're focused on, man.
You see, I didn't see any lint on his uniform. Like, he was a tidy dresser.
Yeah. Oh, Farrakhan is in the Hitler camp. Like they used to run his speeches on Farrakhan. He would like buy time on like AM stations in Chicago when I was a kid, and they'd run Farrakhan speeches, and he was like, Hitler's a great guy,
Right idea, that one. That's what he says.
How can you say? Okay.
Once I found that out, again, took it down immediately.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like,
no,
what person
I get it.
who massacred 6 million people plus, and they'd be like, well, that's a great guy. Like, no,
he doesn't like
person.
Jewish people.
Right. Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And he's like, the Jews promote homosexuality, and the Jews do this. And Farrakhan goes, when God puts you in the oven, it's forever. So he's a real, again, I don't know how he was formed from a guy who was like I said, he was like a singer when he was a younger man, and then he becomes head of the Nation of Islam. So I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what kind of radicalized him. But, yeah. That guy pins everything on the Jews, boy. They invented anal sex. Invented it. For which I would say, Rob Mazel Tov. Thank you.
In the Bible.
Thank you, Jewish community.
And does it get invented, or is it something? I feel like
discovered.
I feel like it was more of like a whoopsie.
I should thank them twice: circumcision and anal. Like
these
thank
are your
you,
people.
Jews. Yeah, I always.
Did you say anal sex was in the Bible?
Isn't it sodomy?
It's sodomy.
Well, sodomy's a range of things.
A range of things, yeah.
Well, I relate those two.
Yeah,
I thought maybe they were talking about mouth stuff. I guess I never thought about them talking about other stuff.
Pretty sure it's sodomy because they talk about a woman having sex with a woman when she's unclean is also sodomy.
Huh. Like during that time of the month?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Yeah, Luke 9:18. That's what that was.
Cleveland got shot on the Bible. Nice.
That's right. Hey, right. So Old Testament is what you're saying. Is it old or new? Oh, Luke. Yeah, I'm sorry. New Testament.
I always knew that the Jews were great. I
always knew that. I'm going to start a list for Poundcake. Hey, right?
But the Jews love me.
I always knew the Jews were great. Yes. Now, why do you say the Jews love you?
Because they do. I have a lot of Jewish friends, and they just.
That means that you like them.
No, but they like me. They Jewish people from.
Wait, you have.
Okay.
You have friends who are Jewish. Mm-hmm. They like you, and to you that means Jewish people love me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel.
What about you? Do you think draws them to you?
I wish I knew. I really don't know.
Have you ever attended a Seder?
I don't even know what that is. What's that?
See, that's why your friends don't actually like you. They like you because they like you, but ask them. Ask all your Jewish friends.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying because I know from I guess I can't say from experience, but I always thought that Jewish people like to stick with other Jewish people, and they don't.
So if you don't get invited to a Seder, Jewish people don't really like you?
Who?
That doesn't mean they want to bring you into their religion. They just like you as a person.
Well, I'm just trying to follow Alan's logic.
No,
here.
He doesn't even know what that is.
Well, why would I?
Because you have Jewish friends who love you. You would think that there would have been some conversations being had.
Okay, well, what is it?
Google it, bitch.
How you spell it?
Seder. I didn't mean Google it right now. Well, I've got to go to a break anyway. That's okay. Yeah, that's all right.
He wants to learn, Alan. He's thirsty.
He's
to learn
thirsty
more
for
about
knowledge.
Jewish people.
Yeah, that's right. He wants to know why they love him so much. Congrats. Okay, if you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can read the latest Poundcake up there as well.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
816-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Got the new Poundcake up there for you. You can watch the show live, of course. This week's Instagram hotties are up there, along with a new episode of the Bill Squire Show. And Bill's going to be at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls this weekend.
Yeah, starting tonight.
Tonight
at 8 p.m.
Are you excited? Are you vibrating with anticipation?
I'm very excited, actually.
Anticipation?
I walked in and I was like, why are you wearing jeans? I was like, oh, yeah.
As opposed to what?
Sweatpants.
Sweatpants and basketball shorts.
You didn't wear fancy sweatpants?
I'm saving those for Saturday's show.
Hey, there it is.
So you're not wearing what you're wearing on stage tonight?
I am.
Oh, you going right from the show?
Yeah.
What are you wearing?
Just a
jacket. Okay. Yeah, like a denim jacket.
Denim jacket and a gray pair of jeans.
It's a cool look because you don't want to look like you put too much thought into it, but you still want to look put together.
Yeah, it's an easy look. It's a good stage look. And it hides the handles.
That's what I did today.
Hey, black is slimming, right? Yeah, but then you wore horizontal stripes.
But it's a little loose and my back doesn't
What's
have...
a little loose?
The top.
Oh.
It's not like super tight.
Your tunic?
My tunic.
A horizontal for a whore.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Boy, he really goes in, doesn't
kidding.
he? Really,
That's
he's
all he
feeling
does.
himself. And I want you to go back, and this is only a pattern that I have noticed, okay? And I could be imagining it, as with most things in my life. But I will say that Poundcake feels some kind of way on Thursdays. Because you've dropped a new Poundcake. He's brimming with something.
Pride.
I'm sure pride is part of it. It is Pride Month. Yeah, probably all that. And
maybe a little anxiety because he wants people to like the Poundcakes, and he's afraid of hearing what you have to say, and if he made any mistakes.
I don't think he's afraid of hearing what I've got to say. You're not afraid of hearing what I have to say.
No.
Not after the first one.
Listen, my only criticism remains, and it's all I'll say about this one, is I think that yours, because they are for regular consumers of this show. The Poundcakes are not for new listeners to the show, right? Because you have to know quite a bit about Poundcake already to enjoy them. I think that's safe to say. I do like the ones that haven't already been worked out on the air. This one to me is something that we kind of really talked about on the show. I like the Poundcakes that are separate but equal to the stuff that we do on the show. That said, I like it. I think it's compelling and it's entertaining.
Came up pretty organically on the show, and I think he already had this in mind to talk about.
And not everybody's going to hear it on the show. Right. I mean, you might be reading it, but again, that's me. That's my only thing.
But also, why do you think I'm hyped up on Thursdays? Like, just because I called Mary?
Because you drop in. Well, yeah, you said horizontal stripes.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
He found some fruit that was dangling a couple of inches above the ground, and he grabbed it. Listen,
I like fruit.
Always.
I like fruit.
I'm fruity.
Do you know the term low-hanging fruit?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm just asking.
Maybe it's both of you. Maybe both of you. You've got date anxiety.
I don't have any anxiety.
Yeah,
I'm
do.
feeling really good.
Maybe that's why I'm jealous that she's going on dates. Maybe
That's
why I'm
probably what
upset.
it is. He's just trying to
She's getting
throw a
gussied
little...
up, and I was, slumming and just trying to find some D that I could do in the driveway.
I had a great day.
Ugh.
You're gonna bring me.
You
down.
had a great day.
I've already had a day. I went to my dad's and we did a leg day, and he was so gung ho and excited, and he was like, "Let's add weight," and I was like,
you're
"Let's not."
training your dad.
Like 3 days a week. I'm going over there. We're doing arms, legs, and then cardio because he's almost 400 pounds and can't walk, and we're gonna do something about this,
When your dad goes to a store, is he on the scooter?
Yep. Well, or he won't go in, or my stepmom will go in and he'll wait in the car.
Does he walk with a cane?
He doesn't walk.
He doesn't. Your dad? He's been on the Corona cruise.
Yeah. And he sits.
Stopped walking since then?
No, he sits. He will walk to the thing, sit down, and then he'll come up the stairs. He came up the stairs halfway through, sat in the same spot. He doesn't move around like that.
Oh, so he wouldn't go to Cedar Point?
No.
Because it's too difficult for him to do that.
And he can't ride rides. Why would you want to be in the sun for no reason?
Yeah.
Eating food and being dehydrated.
There's always a reason to be in the sun.
So we had a long conversation a couple weeks ago where I was talking about sobriety, and then we talked about, his weight and his health and things like that with coronavirus going around. I'm like, you got to do something proactive. You can't just sit and wither away in your chair. So we went over today. This was like our 6th or 7th day, and we did legs last week. And I was like, okay, we're going to do the same thing this week. And I bought ankle weights. And I was like, if you want to, these are adjustable. They go anywhere from no pounds to 5 pounds. He's like, well, let's do 5 pounds. I was like, don't get too excited. Because when you work your legs and you haven't in a while, you're not going to be able to walk tomorrow. That's what it was.
Yeah, but he already doesn't walk.
Right, that's true. So he was like, let's do it.
You're not going to be able to not walk tomorrow, Dad.
So he was like, let's do it. I'm excited. And I was like, okay. So we put on the ankle weights, and like halfway through the first circuit, he was like, man, my legs are shaking. I was like, I told you.
But every little bit helps.
But he did great with every exercise. He still bitches the entire time, but he did really well. And I went and did a run. I've been running. I beat my last time by almost a full minute, so that felt really good. And then put on some cute clothes. Gonna see a cute boy tonight, and I'm in a great mood.
Is your dad working on his diet too?
Yes.
I know that's very difficult for him because I relate to that.
Yeah.
And I is like for someone that's got that much to lose, he needs count his calories, cut back on sugar, and just so he gets used to eating the right amount of calories.
So what we're doing, we're starting very slow when it comes to the diet thing.
Walmart chicken.
Walmart
right
chicken.
there.
One thing that
No skin.
is a real bad habit that he has is that he will wake up in the middle of the night at like 2 or 3 in the morning and eat a full meal. Like he will eat whatever was for dinner. He will eat an entire plate of leftovers at 3 in the morning and then go back to bed.
Oh God!
So
is he on Ambien or something?
He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sleep eat on Ambien.
Well, he has to take Ambien because he can't sleep otherwise because he's so heavy.
It's a vicious cycle. Does he have a CPAP thing?
He doesn't. But so I said, let's start with that. Let's cut out for the first 2 weeks. We're going to focus on not eating in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but he can't. You sleep eat on Ambien. Like he can't. He doesn't even know he's doing it.
Well, he knows he's doing it.
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
Okay.
he absolutely.
He's blaming
knows
the Ambien.
I didn't even connect the dots on the Ambien.
Baby, I'm on this goddamn Ambien here. As long as some people are going out and working forklifts,
Some
on like
people are
deserted work sites,
writing racist tweets like Roseanne. She's doing that on Ambien.
Right.
Consider yourself lucky. Your dad's not.
He's just eating mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he said in the last week he's about 50-50. Like every other day, he'll wake up in the middle of the night and he'll just force himself to roll over and go back to bed. So I'm like, we're gonna start with small changes like that.
Yep.
And then
that's
get
the way to do it,
into-
though, because he's got to just break those habits.
So I'm not even going to worry about counting calories. And my stepmom does the grocery shopping, so she's been buying healthier snacks. I'm like, it's not saying you can't have any chips or no cookies or whatever. I was like, but you need to focus more on fruits, vegetables, things like that.
Boy, most people, you only have to break them of habits while they're awake.
Right. Yeah.
Dad, you've got to stop overeating while you sleep.
Right. So, and I'm trying to convince him. He's coming along with the whole thing being a slow process. I'm like, this isn't going to happen overnight. You didn't get here overnight, because he was a wrestler in high school and was lifting and this and that and the other thing. And, he gets upset where he's like, I used to be able to bench 250. And I'm like, I understand, but that was 40 years ago. So we'll get back to moving and doing it, but it's going to take time. But he did really, really well today.
Well, good. And that's
so
largely,
that put me in a
largely
really good
due
mood.
to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the one doing it.
No, but you're encouraging him, and I'm sure your stepmom's crawling up his ass and the whole thing.
Yeah,
right?
I had to corral with her before we started this. I was like, listen, I need you on my team with this, okay?
Yeah.
Like, she does the cooking. I'm like, please try to stay away from takeout every night and things like that.
Stop making him Mary's famous ham pot pies.
Mostly ham pot pies.
Mostly ham pot pies.
That's a ham crust.
That's what it is. You take the ham deli
does that
meat.
sound delicious?
Ham deli meat and encrust the pot pie with it. It gets a nice thick skin on it. When you
Ham
bake it.
crust.
Yeah, it gets that nice. It gets kind of like a glaze almost.
Yeah.
'Cause it kind of caramelizes.
For
It's
sure.
good.
Caramelized crust.
Caramelized ham, like the honey baked hams.
So, Cody, you can call me horizontal stripes all you want. Nothing's gonna...
Ain't nothing gonna break on my stride.
I'm my
I
kind
sense
of
a
boy.
merry crying day tomorrow.
Probably. We'll see what happens.
The highs are highs and the lows are lows.
That is very accurate.
But you should enjoy the highs while you have them, right?
I absolutely do.
Would you rather have the high? Because I think Bill and I are relatively the same in this way, because we're criticized for it, right? But we are grown men in full bloom, and we're well aware of who and what we are. Would you rather have the highs high and the lows low, or just kind of flatline like we are?
Highs high, lows low.
Because the highs are worth. I mean, I've spent my share of time around those kinds of people, intimately, and it's I've always felt kind of thankful that wasn't me.
See, I used to be more that way. I used to be highs are highs and lows are lows, and it's taken me time to get to the point where I'm not, I wouldn't say flatline, but I've definitely taken an objective view to everything that's going on in my life, where good things, I'm like, oh, this is good, but I don't want to get too up about it. And if it's bad, you go, this will pass.
See, I'm trying to learn how to not be so low. Like, I'm fine being up on top of the world when things are great, but when you have those crashing low days where it's like, hey, this isn't the end of the world. You are going to make it through this, whatever it might be. So, like, highs high, lows medium is maybe what we're shooting for.
Well, you might have to sacrifice some of those highs a little bit.
I don't think that you
lows.
do. I really don't.
But you don't rise to the level of a chemical imbalance.
No.
I'm thinking of people who can't help
like
it.
Bipolar.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom thinks I have something because that whole thing with my ears and me thinking I'm going deaf. She's like, you need to go on some antidepressants. She's like, you're scaring me for a bit. I was like, I was scaring myself.
I was worried about myself. I've never been on any kind of medication whatsoever for any kind of, mental brain thing or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I consider myself fortunate because, let's be real, I probably would have benefited from some kind of prescription, Nevertheless, you never know what the other side of it is. But in the middle of this whole pandemic thing, there were a couple of days where I was like, man, something might be going on.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of second guessing myself because I'm like, I am not enjoying anything.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was like, well, everybody's probably, this is a bad time to really figure this out because everybody's in the same kind of boat, So I'm like, if it lingers, but then I chalk it up to the fact that I never get too high or too low. But I also don't want to be like, I don't want to be
shut off.
Yeah, I don't want to be inert.
Yeah. Well, I think
I don't want to be a nerd either.
Yeah, the other Bill. Suck up. That's me. I'm Bill. I'll do it.
Spent the first 20 years of my life as a nerd, Bill.
Don't go back.
I had a good conversation with my sister about that, where I was having more anxiety because I was on medication for it for a while, and then I wasn't, as of like maybe 2015, 14 or 15. But I was having a conversation with my sister during quarantine where I was like, dude, I feel like I'm slipping back into a depression. My anxiety's out of control. And I think it also is good for people to recognize that because people who have anxiety and depression disorders feel like that every single day.
Right.
So it's just kind of a, hey, it could be worse, but just kind of getting perspective of where other people are coming from.
But even with the pandemic thing, I was like, there's no reason why I should, I've got, because, a lot of people, they hate their jobs and they spend so much time at their job. I'm like, got a great job. Got a hot wife, got a cute kid, so I'm like, I don't, I'm not sure why I would be in that, my life has admittedly changed way less than some other people throughout this whole thing, so I've been fortunate that way.
But there was a malaise about it where there's just an anxiety going out anywhere, where in mid-pandemic, when the lockdown was probably at its strongest, going to the grocery store felt like it was kind of nice to go.
Scary.
But it's still also kind of scary.
And with our job, we were getting updates and numbers and figures constantly. That's all you're looking at all day long. That's all we're talking about. And it just consumes you. And even if you do have a hot wife and a nice house and a cute kid, you're still like, man.
He didn't say nice house.
You're right.
It's
even
implied.
If you live
he's in Bay Village.
in a tornado hole in the ground.
That's right. I've got a nice tornado hole with a roof and,
some shingles.
Yeah.
But just that constant wear and tear, which you're not even actively thinking about. It's causing anxiety, depression, those types of things.
When I was working from home, with my morning job, I had on
Are you still doing that from home?
No, we're back in the office. Well, it's just my department. Everyone else is pretty much working from home, but it really didn't matter to me anyways because I have a cubicle. But when I was working from home, I would have the news on, and I found out that was the wrong thing to do because I had Morning Joe on, and they're just talking about the death toll rises to 80,000.
It's too much.
I think that's true for it's good to be informed, but when you are just pumping the news
the whole day
into your face at all hours, whether it's conservative or whether it's if you're a Fox News person or you're CNN, whatever it is, you don't need to constantly be watching it. It really rots your brain and I think really makes you feel like you're going crazy because people are just giving you so much information, and it's too much to handle.
Not only that, but like on the political end of it, if you watch Fox News during the daytime, it's the news.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Daytime, Fox News is the news. Like CNN is the news. Like MSNBC is the news. But at nighttime, the opinion shows, those are the revenue drivers, the ratings drivers,
Yeah.
you know. Those are the shows people watch. So if you get your news from an opinion show, whether you like the left-leaning stuff or the right-wing stuff, if you get your news from someone's opinion, and those people, if they're ever called to the carpet, will be like, I'm a performance artist. It's not really, I'm not held to account, but you are on a news channel. That's where people start to get jammed up. If you could watch the news during the daytime,
and they are performers,
it doesn't really vary that much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna make you feel weird after a while if you have a steady diet of it.
But
you know?
the whole performance of it is they're trying to elicit a reaction to you because that's how they continue to have viewers. And
Yeah, I get why they do it, but-
I don't think everybody understands that completely
Well.
when they tune into a Hannity every night and they're like, how are people not listening to this guy? Because he doesn't make me feel good. Even Mad Out, like I can't watch that every single night. That makes me crazy to have all that stuff coming at me on a nightly basis when, like, I like to be informed, but I don't need to be. I don't need it to be that deep in.
We kind of
Everybody's different,
have
but
it
that's just how I
on. We
am.
kind of have it on autopilot. Like we'll have Rachel Maddow on at night, but we'll both be on our phones.
Yeah.
It's kind of like background noise. But even once in a while, I'll be like, I can't. We got to
do it,
turn this
yeah.
off. Like it's
Well-
just. I don't care. It's not. You know.
That's why they're suggesting, or I'm sure everybody's seen this around quarantine, where they're like, you got to put your phone down. Like at some point, or turn the TV off, even if it's just for
Disconnect, yeah.
an hour a day, just disconnect.
Or look at cat memes or
Or
something.
yeah,
I mean,
do anything just to kind of, sit and breathe for a minute or stretch or go for a walk
that's
or
the thing, too,
anything is so helpful.
Even the places that I would go on the internet to kind of escape and just laugh and like look at things that are silly are all inundated with political
Yes.
and
The
social
memes,
things.
even
and
if it
stuff
is
like
a
that.
funny
Yeah.
meme, you're like,
Yeah.
I don't want to see one more
Yeah.
thing about COVID. Like, I
I don't
can't
want to see
do
more
it right now.
thing about COVID, and it just
Twitter started to offer these lists, these big suggested lists. And I was going through them last night. Most of them are news, but I already have my own news lists, right? I was looking through, and there's lists that are compiled by other people, and so it allows you to follow a bunch of people at once in these lists that you might not otherwise follow or even know they were there. And one of the
and
lists,
sometimes it's topics too, so it'll be like about LeBron James. So anybody tweeting
That's
anything
right.
about LeBron
That's
James
right.
shows up in your feed. I'm like, there's no way I want this.
but the list, one of them was like SNL writers.
Oh, nice.
Or art of comedy is one of these lists. So I go, yeah, of course I want to follow those. But then you open them up, it's comedians, Trump sucks.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh God, come on, man. Like and I get it. I mean, if you're a comic, I mean, you're filtering the world through your prism or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's kind of not, I'm just coming for the dumb stuff, man. I need some dumb stuff. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Well,
You need dumb stuff. God damn it, you came to the right place.
and that's what's been a little bit difficult, not difficult, but an adjustment in social media when times are so heavy is like, it's almost like you can't, I know people are on, say, my Instagram page. They're there because of, the stories are goofy and things like that about the cat or working out, whatever. It's an array of things. But when things are weighing so heavy in the world, you're like, well, can I really post about this? Is this something people want to see? Or should you be focused on, elevating the voices of people who maybe don't have as many followers? I feel like that is also something that's come to light where you want to be goofy and people need a break, but it feels like a weird time to do it.
You
almost.
feel like you can't be frivolous.
Right.
Because there's so much heavy stuff going on.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
like-
weird thing too, because you're kind of like, should I be dipping
Because
my toe in?
right,
or,
I am a
Yeah.
comedian. I do want to be silly, and I want you guys to have fun while you're here. But there's all this stuff going on. It's just a strange time
I think,
for that.
and it's just a really good time to figure out that balance where
Yeah.
it's like I said, it's good to be informed, it's good to be proactive, it's good to speak out about the things that are important to you, but at the same time, it's good to step away from those so you have a reprieve from it. A good way to do that would be to come to the Funny Stop this weekend.
I'll tell you what.
FunnyStop.com.
You know how I love duck pictures, little baby ducks, Bill. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what. That's why Quack Lives Matter is one of my favorite Instagram accounts. It just takes all the pressure off. We have a bird's nest, by the way, and I'm so lucky because I have a 4-year-old. We have a bird's nest right outside our huge front picture window. And the eggs hatched. So now every morning, my daughter runs downstairs to stick her nose up to the glass because the nest is like literally a foot away from the window. and these baby birds are eating and doing whatever. And
That's awesome.
It's pretty wild.
My sister at her house, again, big front window like that, they have a squirrel that they'll put peanuts out for, and the squirrel will come up and eat. And when my niece, who's only 15 months old, she'll get up against the window and talk to the squirrel. And I saw the squirrel put its little paws up on the window. I put that on my story a couple weeks ago, but it's just like...
They're like friends.
Yeah, it's so cool to see
like a
little
Disney
kids
princess.
interact. That's what I said. I was
Because
like,
you can lure an animal to put on a show for you.
a little bit with peanuts.
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 Okay, good.
It's cute the way she's grooming that squirrel.
Oh.
Is that not the right verbiage?
I don't know. Maybe. It's timely.
She's a baby.
Yeah.
All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
816-578-1007 if you want to join us live in here, or 800-348-1007. 35192. You get a text into me. You can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. The new Poundcake is there for you. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from outside our area of dominant influence, tell me where. Nate is a new bureau chief in Matthews, North Carolina. He's in law enforcement down there in suburban Charlotte. Got a lot of "you hate cops" mail from people last night.
Because they don't listen. Don't pay attention. Pay attention to what he says.
Laura in Richmond, Virginia. She listens there. Chris and Samantha listen in Sarasota. Amy is in Captain Cook, Hawaii. Who else? Michael's in Dubuque, Iowa. Caitlin is in Omaha, hometown of Malcolm X. And the great Kenya Barris, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Black AF. Check
Black
it out on
AF.
Netflix.
Very, very funny.
Very funny.
He had a great... I was listening to him on Maron's podcast, and he had a very funny take on... he said if Patrice were alive today, Patrice O'Neal, that he and Chappelle would be like Jordan and Pippen. Or, I'm sorry, Jordan and LeBron.
Yeah.
Because he's like, Patrice had a... he was the GOAT for Kenya Barris. He's like, everybody loves Chappelle. Chappelle's fantastic. People talk about Pryor. He goes, Patrice, for me, was the guy. And he goes, and if he had still been alive, those two would have had probably the same ascendant careers, maybe. I think Chappelle was a little bit further along.
Chappelle was further along, and I think...
He had a show,
I think
though.
it'd be a similar thing to a guy like... I'm trying to think of a good... Like Carlin and Hicks, where Hicks wasn't always a guy that was super mainstream, but he made some very good points. Whereas Carlin was more of the mainstream version of that. So like Patrice, he's going to make a lot of great points. He's going to be very, very funny, but he's going to offend way more people than even Dave Chappelle does.
Well, I thought of it more style-wise. Like,
Yeah.
Chappelle's very polished.
Mhm.
He's kind of more intellectual, whereas Patrice was just kind of like, came out fully formed with whatever he thought and had a way of looking at something that was completely different than you would have ever even imagined. Like, Hicks, for me, loved Bill Hicks back in the day, has not held up well for me when I go back, because it was so much unpolished ranting.
Yeah.
That kind of didn't. There were
And it's also because he had the things that he released, but then they went to every comedy club that ever recorded a set and said, "Hey, can we have this and put it out as an album?" So a lot of stuff that he would have never released got released because he died so young, and people were just looking for something to put out that he said.
Yeah, I guess.
Because he was like 34 when he died or something. He was
Yeah,
very young.
yeah. Remember Alan Glover?
No.
He was going to be the hitman in Tiger King. He was going to be the guy that was going to kill
Oh, yeah.
Carol Baskin. What they call Carol Baskin again?
That bitch, Carol Baskin.
If you watch Tiger King, which was...
most people did.
Most people did in the earlier days of the pandemic. Everybody was watching Tiger King. And this guy, Alan Glover, who was kind of a shady dude, he got arrested for a DUI. I never got the... Did they ever zero in on whether or not he was the guy who was going to go and, like, he was paid?
Well, he took money, and then he just went and partied with strippers.
Oh, is that
and
what it was?
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe gave him money to complete that job, and he was like, screw you, I'm going to go on a bender,
Yeah.
essentially.
You just can go party.
But wouldn't that get you killed?
Joe's not killing anybody. Joe Exotic's not
But
killing
you've
anybody.
taken money from... I mean, you gave him like $5,000. I
Yeah,
think it was no
It
big
was like
payday.
$2,000. I feel
Was it? Is that what it
Joe
was?
like not enough money to kill a person.
Listen, maybe I'm old
How much
school.
is?
$25 million. You know my price for everything.
$25 million for everything to kill a human being?
No, I don't think I could do the kill a human being thing.
Who was the human being?
Throw him off.
I was like,
I don't know. Are we doing a Jason Bourne thing?
I'm
Where
just
he's-
saying it depends.
He's training, and they're like, who's the guy? And they're like, you got to shoot him. And he's like, who is he? And they're like, doesn't matter. You got to kill him.
Well, that's different. I don't want to do that.
Well, how much do you have to pay someone to?
Wait, what? Pay someone?
Someone has to pay you
to
pay
pave someone, Bill, to pave them over with asphalt
Oh.
and concrete.
Well, that you can make
That'll
it look
take
like
a
an
while.
accident.
There you go.
Like I have to pay you,
I was on
Bill.
Ambien. I paved him over.
I had a big plate of mashed potatoes, and then I put a guy under my new driveway.
Very strange.
Very, very weird.
To be the
Ambien's
middle.
a hell of a drug.
They're repaving the CVS parking lot by my house, so I could just be like, oh, he fell in.
Oh, what happened? He fell into the parking lot.
He fell into the parking lot and guy ran over.
like it's quicksand.
Are they trying to pave
It's all
over the
sticky.
coronavirus over there, or what?
No, they're
They
just-
had some checkers that got the COVID.
I don't know. They're just trying to make the parking lot nice. I don't think it's anything.
You sure they're not trying to? They got some spores under there they're trying to figure out?
I don't know.
All right. Anyway, Alan Glover, right? He gives him $2,000 or $5,000 or whatever to kill Carol Baskin, and this guy got pinched for a DUI, and the body cam footage is out there.
How much you had to drink?
Probably about 2 beers.
2 beers?
Yeah.
Okay. About how long ago was your last drink?
Probably about an hour ago.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you're stone cold sober, and 10 being you'd be drunk and passed out in a ditch, where would you put yourself at?
1 to 10?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Well, that's not part of the scale. 1 to 10, where would you put yourself at?
I'm putting myself in a good place.
Where?
I put myself in a good place.
In a good place.
All comments that are going to put the police off your scent. This guy's fine. Let's get out of here, Jim.
It's in a good place.
I love the 2 beers.
Okay. But that's still
It's
not...
always 2 beers.
It's
Everybody
always
settles on 2
2
beers.
drinks. How many drinks do you have? 2.
Just 2. I had 2 drinks. And I mean like
In an
over
hour
12
ago, yeah.
hours, you
Yeah.
know.
I'm
I
very
haven't had a drink
responsible.
since, what's today? Friday? I haven't had a drink since Wednesday.
2 drinks.
part of the scale.
I'm not sure exactly where you want me to go with that.
All right. What's your name?
Alan.
Alan? Okay. You know your numbers pretty well?
No.
You don't know 1 through 4?
Do you know your numbers pretty well? You just asked him to do 1 through 10 and he couldn't do it. What comes after 5?
No.
A good place. I got like a third-rate education. Nothing.
You know your ABCs then?
No.
I like how he goes, I've got a 3rd grade education. I think they teach you numbers before the 3rd
I thought he
grade.
said 3rd rate.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Third rate
I heard
education.
3rd grade, yeah.
No 1 through 4?
I got like a third-rate education. Nothing.
You know your ABCs then?
No.
You don't know your ABCs?
Not that well.
Okay. Do you feel you're safe to operate a vehicle tonight?
I haven't even. I was just sitting in the truck.
Well, I'm asking if you feel like you're safe to operate a vehicle.
No.
You don't feel that you're safe to do it?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I don't think so either. Sir, you're under arrest for actual physical control of a motor vehicle while intoxicated.
I like those guys blow through that because they just repeat it so often. All right, under intoxicated. So Alan Glover been partying a little bit too hard. So 2000. But if you take someone's money, listen, maybe I'm old school. Okay, if you take someone's money to kill somebody, you better kill that person. That's just how I was raised.
Man of your word.
Yes.
I think
I've taken your money. I need to render services, right?
But he's
Or
not a
give
stand-up
the
guy
money.
like you.
Huh?
This guy's not a stand-up guy like you.
Wait,
He's not going to do that kind of thing.
Do you think...
He's going to take the money and run.
Do you think his defense could be that because he doesn't know numbers, he didn't realize he was given all that money? What are these rectangular papers with symbols on them? Anyway.
He knows how much cocaine costs.
Right. I don't remember what I was going to say, so it doesn't matter. Move on.
Sorry.
I got nothing.
I think if you take someone's money to kill another person, you should kill that person.
Oh, well.
Or return the money.
He probably knew that Joe wasn't going to do anything. So he's like, free money. I don't got to kill nobody. I just disappear.
But he gave you $2,000 to kill someone. Why wouldn't he give someone else another $2,000 to kill you? And then that person goes through with it. I guess I'm from the Martin Blank school, okay? If you're going to take someone's money for it's why it's called a contract kill.
But it's like, what you going to do? Call the police?
Right.
But you get what you pay for as well.
That's
so
true.
if you're only paying $2,000 to
To
try and
murder
get
a
someone
person.
assassinated, you're probably not going to get what you wanted out of that.
I also see it as, now granted we just played a clip of this guy drunk in his car, so take that for whatever. But I also see it as kind of a it's a lack of entrepreneurship on the part of Alan Glover, because he could have taken that money, killed Carol Baskin, and gone back and said, "Hey, I think I might be onto something here." Right?
I don't
Anybody
think he's
else got a
the
couple of
skill set,
grand?
though.
Huh?
I don't think he's got the skill set to be a professional contract killer.
The
because
kill
look
set, you mean?
Yes, but look at the people that do this in movies. You know, that's really all we have to go off, because we don't know anybody that really does it.
Matt Damon.
Well, he's an actor. Does he kill people in real life
Huh?
for money?
I have no idea.
I'm just saying, they're usually pretty smart people. And if you got a third-rate or third-grade education, you're probably not going to be able to cover your tracks very well.
He's doing it like Looney Tunes style. He's got to put the dynamite there. She's supposed to walk past it.
Hey, painted a tunnel on the side of this rock. What the hell?
Where do you even get an anvil?
I mean, for all the
He's
times...
got a tiger that he just takes a tiger skin and puts it over
a hole,
a stick of dynamite.
For all the times I've killed Poundcake for free.
Didn't take.
Think.
Being contracted out.
Did not
for it?
take. It's a quick one. Grazed him. Yeah.
You're the reason why I got tinnitus.
That's true. All the glass shattering, all the guns going off in confined spaces.
Close range fire.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Point blank.
I'm gonna fold my Kel-Tec and go home.
Can I just say I don't like that bit anymore.
Shooting Poundcake?
Yeah.
Why?
Just the climate that's out there right now.
Oh, Bill, I'm going to double down now that you said that.
Right.
No, don't do that.
It wouldn't have
It's
even,
fine.
wouldn't have even occurred to me. Wouldn't have even occurred to me. Right? Because it predates.
I understand.
Yeah.
But not really.
You know what I call that, Bill? Host privilege.
Host privilege. It's your show. Do what you'd like.
Poundcake, your thoughts. Would you like me to stop shooting you?
I would prefer to not be shot anymore. just my personal preference. I personally believe that you shooting me is totally racist.
Such as?
Like areas in Cleveland and
But
this
I wasn't
side studio.
shooting. I've never shot you because you're black. I've shot you because you're you.
Great. Well, I'm glad I'm
It's got
being
nothing to do with what you
judged
look like.
on the content of my character. And
That's right. Isn't that what Dr. King wanted?
Yeah, get shot because you were hated.
The content. No, I don't hate you. I don't hate anyone.
I think you got to be.
I thought you hated cops.
He's so resilient. That's the other thing. He's like
Yes,
Deadpool.
that's
just
what-
grows back stronger.
I think it's a fantastic parable for all the kids out there, right? This guy can get shot repeatedly, and every single time, what does he do? Stands back up, right?
Kinda.
Allegedly continues to do his job.
Who wrote that song? I get shot down, but I get up again.
Chumbawamba
Chumbawamba.
is the one you're
It's
thinking
about
of.
Cody.
Yes. That's right. He gets shot down, but he gets up again. Bill's not a fan.
I just think it's.
Are you saying, Bill, that I'll be on the wrong side of history?
I just say it makes me uncomfortable in this day and age.
Huh.
I'm on the wrong side of a bullet, so how you think I...
All right.
Boy, I'd hate to pull that arrow out of the quiver, though.
I'm not saying you
it's
have
a good
to.
Thing
I
Bill's
just
not.
wanted to-
It's a good
I
thing
just
Bill's
wanted
not
to-
in charge.
Yeah, I just wanted to voice my
He'd take
opinion on
something
it.
that was amazing and he'd put it away. Put it away, right?
Alan, I don't think it's such a good idea.
Bro, I'm going for the laugh.
Just, bro,
Bro.
it's about lefts.
Bro.
You don't even get it.
Bro,
arms out.
It's about lefts. You don't understand about lefts.
Didn't Joe Exotic write a letter saying, "Hey, let me out of here because of the COVID"?
Yeah.
He got it, though.
He
did?
got out?
I didn't
No,
he got COVID.
Oh, I know that, but how old is the letter?
It was like the beginning of quarantine.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
I
was a
thought he
while
wrote
ago.
another one.
He still
Oh,
has some.
he writes a lot of stuff.
He still has some hot young twink waiting for him when he gets out, holding him down. Got a stack ready for him.
Does he really? Is
Yes.
he still with that guy?
No, his last
Hot young
His last
twink.
husband?
his last husband. Yeah,
They're
Like
still married.
19 or something?
yeah, 19 years old.
How does he get these guys? That dude's waiting
Math,
for him.
math.
His last boyfriend does
Meth
not look
and
like he's
tigers,
on
man.
meth.
But how is he still getting him meth if he's in jail?
Well, I
He
don't
says
know.
naively. No, but if he's like inside, Joe Exotic's not some criminal mastermind. He was giving Alan Glover $2,000 to shoot somebody. So how is the kid waiting for him? Why is the kid waiting for him?
I don't know. That's what I would like to know.
Loyalty.
We don't know how Joe Exotic puts it down.
And his boyfriend or his husband does not look like he's on meth. Like the other guys look like they were users. This guy.
So you're
looks
saying it's
normal.
love?
Might be love.
Saying
I
it's
don't think
love.
it's love. I think maybe Joe Exotic is packing, or he likes some
He
type
doesn't
of
wear
clout.
underwear.
He thinks he's gonna get like a reality show out of it.
He doesn't wear underwear.
I don't know what that
So you're-
says one
I
way
was
or
gonna
the
say.
other, but
So you're saying that's a selling point?
that he was all braggy about it.
Oh.
He was going through the gift shop and he was like, we got, what was it? I don't know if it was Joe Exotic underwear or not, but they're like, oh, do you wear these? And he's like, I don't wear underwear.
Oh. I used to be in that camp.
Really?
Oh, I was commando for
Rob?
many, many years.
I feel like that'd be so uncomfortable.
would be too
Depends on
afraid.
what you're wearing. I mean, if you're wearing
Jeans.
it's not. You know, the jeans are still cotton fabric, right?
I understand.
I don't do.
I wasn't wearing like raw selvage jeans commando. I mean, I like commando a lot.
I did that today on my run. I bought those little runner shorts that have the little underwears in them. Mm-hmm. Very comfortable. Mm-hmm. I will not
those
go
are
back.
made for
But
that.
you're not
Yes.
you're not
swimsuit.
jostling around either. You're jostling up top.
Yes. Very tight sports bras.
You
But,
would, I wouldn't go running commando.
yeah, that's true.
Right.
It's like that guy that we were talking about earlier in the week.
The naked man?
Yeah, he runs with his shirt on and pants off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just too afraid that I would get like my sack caught in the zipper or something.
That's true.
Do you know how zippers work?
I do, but
then
like,
you'd
it's
probably.
It's still a phobia, Alan.
I've never once gotten mine caught in my. I don't think.
You're a more careful person than Poundcake, though. I
just
feel like he'd be
flop
rushing
it
through
on
it,
out.
especially because he doesn't like to even really use public restrooms. It's
true.
He's in and out as fast as he can, and he could catch some Franken beans in there.
I was a button fly guy back in the day too, so that kind of took that whole concern off the table.
It takes so long, button
I think
fly.
I've had like one pair of those. And
Once you get them
they're
worked in,
terrible.
they're not the greatest thing in the world, but for a while, I mean,
My flares are button fly. I had did I say this? I had an old man compliment me on my flares the other day when I was grocery shopping.
Oh, good for you.
Hey, I like your flares.
He called them bell bottoms. He's like, I like those bell bottoms. Are they coming back? I'm gonna have to find mine.
Hey, man! Every couple of years, somebody says bell bottoms are coming back, and they go, no, they're not.
When we were like at the produce, I'm just like getting a green pepper, and he's like, button fly too, nice. Like he comment. I was like, great, thank you, sir.
Now, if it was a
You didn't get
younger
his
guy,
number?
you would have been skeeved out.
Well, it's just
You let it go because this is what women do. They let old guys know this. They go, that's
he wasn't
Jimmy.
being
He's
gross about my body or anything.
no, but he
like,
was
he talked
talking
about
about
the jeans.
How old was he?
He was talking about your pants.
He was talking. Bell bottoms are coming back. I gotta find mine. Button fly too, nice. That was like the
How
whole
did
thing.
he
It
know
made
they
me
were
laugh.
button flies?
Well, I had a crop top on, so you
What's
could
that
see
got-
that. You could see all the buttons.
the buttons
of
were on
my
the outside.
shirt,
So
my
he
shirt.
started at your ankles and went up to your belly.
Probably.
Yeah, well, if it was a younger guy, you would have been like, bro.
But a younger guy wouldn't be excited about bell bottoms coming back. This dude was probably in his
Mr. Wright would be.
60s.
60s.
Yeah, if it was a hot guy, though, you'd be excited about it.
I'm not. I mean, it was just a funny thing that happened.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I'm asking the question. Did it not bother you because he was an older guy?
It didn't bother me because I thought that he genuinely owned pairs of bell bottoms in the past. That I was like, oh, this guy definitely dressed like this. He's excited to see his fashion come back.
He was into the pants, not you in any way.
Yes, I didn't get any creepy, skeevy vibes. I was
Gotcha.
like, this guy's been waiting for the day where bell bottoms come back.
You were a signal that his life was about to improve.
Correct.
Hey, and if you want to wear bell bottoms, wear bell bottoms. It's your prerogative.
Whoa! You told me I looked like I did meth when I had them on.
You will get judged.
No, whatever.
But it's if they mean that much to you, wear the pants that you want to wear.
Yay.
Wow, think
New
about
Leaf.
that.
New Leaf Squire over
No,
here.
it's the same thing I've always said. Wear what makes you comfortable.
I'm just open to ridicule about it.
With the caveat that you will get judged.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Of course.
Listen,
Wear what makes you comfortable unless it's on my live stream.
freedom ain't free, Bill. Am I right?
That's right.
Do whatever you want. It's got consequences.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Just for that show, you're back again.
So he liked your pants,
That was it. That was the whole story.
and this was at the produce.
Yes.
So you had a couple of cucumbers in your hand.
No, I was picking out a pepper.
A bell pepper.
A bell pepper
A
for bell.
bulbous bell pepper.
Yes. You know, the sexual innuendo vegetable, the bell pepper.
Listen, different strokes for different folks, right? Poundcake refers to his nose as a bell pepper. from
Big
time to-
greasy bell pepper.
Big greasy bell pepper. I'm sure there are people who find that erotic
Maybe.
in the produce section.
I got no
Probably not the
weirdo
greasy
vibes.
part. Bell pepper aside, no one's nose should be greasy.
Blistered? Maybe.
Blister. Oh, God.
A blistered pepper?
Was it red, green, or yellow?
It was green.
Okay. Those are the least fun of the bell pepper colors.
Yeah.
Green? Yeah, because I think they're the most prolific. I mean, if somebody goes, "Oh, would you want green?" Because it's on everything. Green
I like
peppers.
green pepper.
If you call and can I get a pizza with red bell pepper? They go, "We don't have that." Do you have yellow bell pepper? No. What do you think this is? Switzerland? And then they go, "What about green peppers?" Yeah, we got those. Hey, they're coming out the yin yang. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I also buy red peppers. Does that make it better?
Doesn't make it better or worse. I was just curious.
Okay, both peppers. They go in my mostly ham omelets. Red, green, and
The Denver
onions.
omelet there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if people who are still hanging on to their Alan Cox Show bingo cards, I don't know if there's a square there for Alan tries to suss out your bell pepper choice. But if so, feel free to check it. I don't know. I was just curious. I'm an inquisitive type.
That's fine.
Right? You start with the guy with the pants.
Mhm.
I want to know what you were buying at the time.
Produce.
Okay.
Green peppers, red peppers, cucumbers. I get the same thing every time I go.
You have cucumbers. I
They
said
weren't
cucumbers.
in my hands. I
But
wasn't
you
like,
had 'em.
bell bottoms, buddy.
Yeah, she wasn't just like stroking a cucumber. Like,
I wasn't like peeling it. Like
somebody
it was
give me a
like
compliment on my
cucumber.
jeans.
You like these jeans in the 70s?
I wasn't suggesting that you were doing anything with them. I just said you had a couple, and you said no. Turns out you did.
See all this produce? I like to cook. I stay in the kitchen where women belong.
That's
Like that.
right. You know, these flares look best when my feet are bare.
Child on hips. stirring soup.
Child on hips. I got a big pot of something going. All right, let me break. 35192. You want to text AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
live in here. 800-348-1007, 35192 to get a text to me. A lot of people think that guy was low-key perving on you in the store.
I didn't get those
mentioning.
vibes at all.
You'd know better than we would, obviously, but they're like, yeah, he went right for the crotch.
Whatever.
Well, the
I
way
didn't
those
get the
jeans are
vibes on
made,
it.
it's not like it's like there's no real fly on it.
No, it's like 7
you can
buttons
see the buttons
on the outside,
Yeah.
and I had on a crop top. So
And they're
that's all you
high-waisted.
could. Yeah, they come up to the bottom of my boobs, and then I had on a shirt that was small, so you could see all the buttons. He probably, I swear, it didn't feel weird.
No,
at
I
all.
take your word for it. I'm just passing along what people are saying.
Who, Megan?
No, not Meg. Oh, let me check. No more Megan in there. I heard from one of our bureau chiefs in Nashville who listens on the iHeartRadio app about how the Nashville Public Library is libraries are reopening all over the place, and the Nashville Public Library is trying to get people thinking about coming back to the library.
Dick from Dayton's ready to go back to the library.
Right.
He needs the internet.
Mm-hmm. He's got some stuff he reserved, too.
He's got some things he reserved at the library. And the Nashville Public Library did a video to promote their curbside delivery service. They're like, look, you don't have to come in and do all this. We'll bring the books out to you. I imagine if you work on the inside of a library,
my sister does.
Wouldn't she be way happier to have people pull up and they just give them books rather than people walking in and asking questions? I mean, you work in a library because you kind of like it quiet and whatever. They're doing Curbside Baby to the tune of Ice Ice Baby.
Ooh.
To really
This is gonna be good.
Bring in the kids.
I have high hopes for this.
All right, stop. Follow signs and listen. The library's back with a brand new invention. Curbside is where you get your books. It's citywide, so just take a look.
Now, Bill, let me sweeten the deal for you a little bit. The actual video has got a mouse puppet doing the rapping. How's that tickle you?
Yeah, it takes it to a whole nother level. I like it a lot.
Up or down?
Up.
No, up? Okay,
yeah, it's
good.
moving up,
To
yeah.
the street, we'll bring books to you bravely. Listen to the rules as pertains to your safety. I
don't hate it.
If you can get that all in there, I'm happy with it.
With your number on the card, tell us what you're driving and your name. It ain't hard. Flash it. Hold up your ID. Show it through the window to the employee. Pop it. Open up your trunk. We'll drop in the books. Slam dunk. If there was a problem, yo, we'll solve it. Check out your books while my DJ revolves it. Yeah.
Yeah, book drop baby.
Right.
So,
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, did they work the Dewey Decimal System into the song anywhere?
It's so funny you mentioned that because I was thinking, boy, it's a bummer that the DDS is not as prominent as it once was because that would be so fun to write some bars about the Dewey Decimal System.
One of my favorite sketches. And it's inside of a movie. It's in UHF where they have the movies that they show on their station. Conan the Librarian. Don't you know the Dewey Decimal System?
Yeah.
God damn, it's great.
UHF holds up.
It does.
Yeah.
It really
Emo
does.
cuts his hands off and there's blood going everywhere.
I think it's on the floor somewhere.
Yeah.
Never before in the history of motion pictures has there been a screen presence so commanding, so powerful, so deadly. He's Conan the Librarian.
Can you tell me where I can find a book on astronomy?
Don't you know the Dewey Decimal System?
Conan the Librarian.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Very funny.
Not to
He
be
splits
outdone.
the dude in half because he's got a late book.
Not to be outdone, by the way, the Cleveland Public Library has enlisted one Robin Swoboda to do a similar thing for here in town.
Stop! Collaborate and listen. Rob's in the back with a brand new invention. It's an ice desk holding me tightly, sold like an iceberg daily and nightly.
Right, a little bit more kind of winter-centric, I guess. But, you know, you got to get people thinking about the future.
Whatever, yeah.
And
She
that's
sounds
good.
like the teacher from Simpsons.
Miss Krabappel?
Mm-hmm.
Next time or if I ever see her in public again, I will forever refer to her as that.
Doesn't it?
Miss Krabappel.
Listen.
Stop! Collaborate and listen. Rob's in the back with a brand new invention. It's an ice nest holding me tightly, sold like an iceberg daily and nightly.
I think she sounds more like Miss Hoover.
Who's that?
Lisa's teacher.
She sounds like a Simpson character. The sex cauldron one.
Oh no, that's
Who is
that's
that?
not Miss Krabappel.
That's not Miss Krabappel. That's Mrs. Lovejoy.
Whoever it is, that's who she sounds like.
We're talking about SEX in front of the
Where's this Maude?
CHILDREN.
Sex cauldron? I thought they closed that place down.
That's Maude Flanders.
That's Maude Flanders.
Does that
R.I.P.
sound like that? Sound the same?
No.
No. Okay.
Nevertheless,
That's
whatever
okay.
you hear, art is in the ear of the beholder, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So there's that. Anybody trying their audio tweets yet? Anybody playing around with that?
I didn't know that was a feature.
Audio tweets.
So it's like an Instagram story?
Well, you can do.
You can put sound in.
Yeah, it just shows kind of your avatar photo and then something. You hit record. Hey, it's Alan doing an audio tweet here, doing the show. Blah blah blah. Hey there, oh boy.
What thing do you hit to even do?
Oh, you know what? I'm being told that this is for a select number of users. I don't know why I'm in that group, but
I had the ones that. Well, I'm verified too on Twitter. There's ones that I had. They're testing out where it was, you could select who could reply to each of the tweets, and it was like either you can make it just your followers.
Yeah, I see that.
Or you can make it so that it's just whoever's mentioned in the tweet.
Okay.
I can add a poll to my tweets.
When you for me, when you open the tweet, to the left of the camera icon now, it's like a waveform where if you open that up, you can do audio tweets. Anyway, I wasn't sure if you guys have been dicking around with that or not.
Not an option. Not famous enough.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Allen, businesses are closing for a second time in multiple states because of COVID-19. I did see that.
Oh, well.
You're not going to get people back inside again, but some of these business owners, they determined, as much of it was a talking point over on Fox News, but they did determine that COVID-19 was not spiking because of protests.
Well, that'll come next week.
Huh?
Those spikes will come sooner.
You think so?
Well, they said there's going to be some. There has to be.
There are some, but they said a lot of people in protests are wearing masks and they're kind of, staying away from each other to some degree. They're
Turns
like,
out pepper spray is a cure for coronavirus.
There you go. Hey. That the spikes they're finding are because businesses opened too early and people are walking around with no masks and going in and doing whatever. I was reading about this girl and her, because everybody has the same story. Boy, I thought it was nonsense and then I got sick, so now I'm telling everybody, wear your mask. You mean the thing that we've been telling you for 3 months?
I do not consent. No new normal for me. I'm going to go about my life and pretend like it never existed. I don't know about you people.
Well, there was a woman and 15 of her friends, they all got the coronavirus after one night out in Florida. They were like, we're finally excited to get out. Erica Crisp. She and 15 of her friends all tested positive for COVID-19 after a night out at a bar in Jacksonville. We've got a number of bureau chiefs there. That's why at this point, I'm most interested to hear from our bureau chiefs in Florida. Because Florida has done this real kind of, you give yourself whiplash paying attention to what's going on with Florida. Because for a while, they were like, why hasn't Florida exploded with COVID? Because it really didn't for a while. And now it kind of is. It's like kind of way behind the curve. And,
This is their first spike.
I don't know if it's their first, but people thought Miami was just going to be a hotbed of, pardon the pun, of this, and it wasn't,
Well, because didn't their mayor shut everything down pretty quickly?
Miami did, but I mean, even the rest of the state, they weren't seeing what they thought they'd see. Anyway, this woman said, Florida opened back up and my ass should have stayed home because we all tested positive for COVID. Hashtag wear your masks. Hashtag my fault.
Okay, but...
Hashtag I know better.
At that point, wouldn't you just invite your 15 girlfriends over and have like a COVID party?
Right.
Like, let's quarantine together, bitches.
And she's not like a 22-year-old. She's 40. She's a healthcare worker. Listen, again,
people want to get out.
Humanity is fascinating to me in that no matter what area of expertise you're in, there will still be people who think it's, people think, oh, if you're in healthcare, you must all think the same way. Not true. I told the story about the nurse in Giant Eagle who couldn't shut up about what a hoax everything was, and she's been telling all her patients it's a bunch of crap. This is weeks ago. And I'm standing there waiting to check out with a mask on, and she's speaking loud enough for everybody to hear. And I'm a nurse. I'm like, I don't care. You sound like a stupid nurse to me, I'm glad I'm not one of your patients. Anyway, this woman goes, the first night we go out, I guess Murphy's Law. She said, we've been doing everything else the right way. We went out one night after the bars and the restaurants began opening in the state. And, every state is putting out these kind of metrics. You remember after 9/11, they did like the threat assessment? Hey, if you ever see a red sign in the airport,
Orange, yeah.
Code Orange, whatever it was. Great band, by the way, out of Pittsburgh, PA.
It's good Mountain Dew flavor, too.
Yeah! They're doing that with COVID-19 now. Every state has got here is where you were probably least at risk. Here is where you're most at risk. And they're like restaurants and bars with a lot of people, harder to distance. I think we were careless when we went out into a public place when we should not have, she said. The state opens back up and said everybody's fine, so we took advantage of that. I don't think anybody said that. I mean, even when states are opening up, I don't think anybody said, everything's fine. They were just like, no, we have to open up, so just be careful. She and her friends went to Lynch's Irish Pub, which had closed voluntarily after a customer had tested positive. They also tested their employees, and 7 of them tested positive. And so this girl, they just happened to be there right when all the people at the bar were testing positive. Uh-oh. She also said 20 other people that she didn't know messaged her on Facebook saying that they have now all tested positive. So, and whatever. It was a common denominator from a bunch of strangers, and no, we did not bar hop, she said. This was the only place we went to. But she said she loves the place and doesn't want to damage their reputation. But I think it is kind of funny, the people, there was a sheriff in Tennessee or something who's telling people, I ain't wearing no goddamn mask, and now he's got coronavirus. Arizona, there you go. Which right now they can't control COVID in Arizona. But there's always kind of a little schadenfreude associated with seeing somebody, I thought it was all made up, and now I'm sick. It's like, I'm not going to...
constitutional right to get sick.
It is. I mean, I'm not going to cheer anyone who gets sick, but I'm like, we were all hearing the same thing, man.
Right. I was talking with a comic last night about, I went out and did 2 sets last night, and he saw it on my Instagram story and was like, I can't believe you're going out for free. I'm not leaving my house unless I'm paid, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, I'm so torn on it because it's like I wear my mask until it's my turn to go on stage. And they have these like mic coverings that you trade in and out between every comic.
Yeah. And they're
sanitizing the actual physical mic itself.
All the tables are 6 feet apart.
Right. And so it feels like
you're at least 6 feet from the audience.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And it's like I'm waiting in the back of the room or away from people until my name is called, then I take my mask off, then I go on stage. You know what I mean? And it feels like I feel like I'm doing everything right. I'm not out there just kind of all willy-nilly, you know what I mean? And
is anyone out there rebranding as the masked comic?
I don't think so.
Haven't seen that yet.
I mean, there was the Unknown Comic. If you go way back, there was a guy who performed with a bag on his head called the Unknown Comic. Didn't know who he was. I think he revealed himself maybe years later, like Kiss taking off the makeup.
Yeah, he revealed himself, and everybody's like, I
they're like, I didn't think you were funny before.
It was just
the
strange
masked comic
for him to be so upset. He was so upset about it, where he was just like, I love my family and my friends more than I could ever want to be on stage again. And I'm going to wait until it's all clear. And
sounds like he's not even committed to comedy.
But that's his choice.
And I get that, but it made me feel guilty. But then I was like, I couldn't be taking more precautions. You get what I'm saying? Like washing my hands as soon as I get off and then leaving after my set. I'm not sticking around. I'm not shaking people's hands,
Again, that's his choice.
I know.
That's different than somebody who's like screaming at you in the grocery store because stop spreading fear. I'm like, stop spreading stupidity.
But he also said he would go out for money, though.
He is going out for money, yeah.
So I don't see the difference, really.
So that I'm risking it for
free?
So he's essentially telling you that he has put a price on his family's safety.
That's actually very funny. Oh,
Oop,
stop.
So I didn't mean to put that in you. Oh, yeah.
So it's just one of those things where I was like, why are you trying to make me feel so guilty right now? Because he's like, with the amount that you see your family, because I do. I see my dad every day. My dad's obviously in the risk group, I see my nieces and nephews. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like I'm going about it the right way. Like this lady, she's like, we wanted a night out. We had one night out.
Listen.
Yeah, it's like, I that first night that we were back at the Winchester, it felt weird being in there, but I didn't feel like it was anything unsafe. I just felt it was just strange to be back in the environment for that night.
There's going to be a slide, even among people who believe firmly in the masks and that they're doing the right thing, there's going to be a sliding scale as to even when those people are like, I'm tired of wearing these.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the data state to state to state, Ohio is in very good shape.
Right.
Right? We peaked with like new cases mid-May. So the cases are down. I think that they have done just about everything the right way in Ohio. So if you're living here and you're not going anywhere else, your risk management is, well, what's the likelihood that now, who knows? I mean,
and there's always a risk.
There's always a risk. But in the midst of because it is still going on. It's not gone.
It's not gone.
But in the midst of it being huge everywhere, when you had people who were like, you ain't going to tell me to, like, okay, I don't know what you want me to say to you, you know? I think if there was a comedian, with all due respect, whoever this person is, I think if it was a comedian who was getting offered a lot of paying gigs, they would probably think much more differently about it.
Or had new jokes to work on.
Or that. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Scott?
Oh, not much. Hey, I called in last week with some coronavirus information that's straight off of the stats.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
56% of the deaths in the state of Ohio are from long-term care facilities.
I saw that.
And, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
I've never cared about anything long-term.
Well, and also, Bill wants nothing to do with long-term care. He doesn't care about long-term care, please. And I think that's been the case in most states, is that the vast preponderance of fatalities have been from those. It's been like, I don't know how often it's being talked about, but it's an awful situation for like people with older relatives.
Well, and if you're looking at the state of Ohio information, too, they kind of keep that separate, because if one page has, like, the total stats and all the data that you can download, and then they put the long-term facility information over on a different page. They don't want to tie that data together for some reason. I don't know what the reason is.
To scare people, probably.
Yeah, but there's been a lot, but to Scott's point, there's been a lot of kind of compartmentalizing of this data, because there are different data sets, and you don't necessarily want to just lump everything together, but it can also lead people who already think one way to process that information the way they want. You know, I mean, you can manipulate any kind of data however you want it. There's a great, thank you, Scott, I appreciate it. There's a great website that I found. It's rt.live, and it will show you, without getting too weird, mathematicians will know what your R naught is, but it'll show you state to state to state whether they are kind of above or below the line for infections rising or falling. And in Ohio, they're falling. In a lot of these red states, they're going way up. They're way ahead, like Oklahoma and Florida and Arizona, you know. So rt.live, if you just kind of want to look at raw data, it'll show you new cases, it'll show fatalities, it'll show by state, it'll show you, you know, what happened when. And it's just kind of interesting.
There's another good one. It's funnystop.com.
Now that'll show you for this coming weekend where the laughs fall.
That's right.
And I imagine that they would probably peak during the Bill Squire shows.
They'll be on the rise. No, this is a cool website.
Ah, there you go. Laughter is infectious, Bill. Yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Let me break. Give you a second to check that out. 35192 if you want to text. You can get to us at alancoxshow.com. The new Poundcake is up there for you as well. You can watch live if you like. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
216-578-1007. To get in here, 800-348-1007, 35192. To send me a text, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. If you need to hit us up on social, email, all that. Joe in Akron, hello.
Hey, Alan, how you guys doing?
What's going on?
None. I was calling, I think it was Scott earlier that called about the long-term care. I just kind of wanted to, maybe not play devil's advocate, but explain it a bit more. They actually had to do a order. The governor and, Dr. Acton at the time, had to actually do an order to allow us to even publish that data about the long-term care facility. So originally they actually wouldn't have even been able to put the COVID stuff out. So I don't know if Scott necessarily, to his point, they're trying to hide it. I just think it's bad managing of the entire website, but they, I think, are doing more than normal because they originally weren't even allowed to report out individual cases. You can look at every single nursing home and see how many cases that are in there by residents and staff, and even deaths in the county just at nursing homes. So I don't know if it's much the state is trying to hide it and scare people. I just think it's bad organization.
Yeah, I would probably agree. I don't think there's that much nefarious about it, but I would also think that for-profit convalescent homes would want to not spook every single family associated with every, I understand what their motivation might be for trying to downplay it initially.
Well, and you could see, you could pick your favorite nursing home. You can go look and you see exactly my favorite nursing home.
I'll tell you what, I was going to say. Pick your favorite. I am really behind here because I don't have a favorite nursing home, I just realized.
Get on it, man.
Man, I don't know who's got the best highlight team. I guess that's probably the one I'd gravitate
to. They've all got the best bocce ball tournaments down at my local one. But yeah, you can see each single one, and even if it's just one case, they're all on there. So people are always worried about where they're going to put their, mother with dementia. They look for the ones that don't have as many cases.
Well, and there were a couple of insider types who texted me and said that there's about a month lag between reopening and cases rising. Like Cleveland hospitals had their biggest week last week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Florida had their biggest day today, and that they started opening a few weeks later. It's tricky, and you do see it more in individuals with, from our experience, individuals with pre-existing conditions, especially people that are older.
Right.
But there are still cases where people are being hospitalized at a younger age, and there's cases where you have long-term effects, more susceptible to a pneumonia, more susceptible to other diseases, and it just beats the crud out of you, and it's exhausting.
Sure. So, are you a physician, Joe, or just in the biz?
Just kind of in the biz.
Yeah. Okay.
More or less. Kind of work with the people in that sense.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. You have a good one.
All right. Alan, I'm a building inspector, and I would only break quarantine for two reasons. To get my daily 24-ounce Yoo-Hoo chocolate drink.
Daily? So he's breaking quarantine daily.
And to go see Mary perform live.
Hey!
Where would he be able to do that?
With Bill Squire. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not on that show. I'm at the Funny Stop in July is my next, I can't
July 9th.
talk. July 9th.
9th to 11th, yes.
What the hell am I talking about?
Okay.
My next actual weekend show.
I understand.
We're doing the open mic stuff now, trying out new stuff.
Okay.
But I'm there tonight through Saturday.
Tonight through Saturday.
Funny Stop.
If you're listening to the show on iHeartRadio, by the way, and you do it from outside of Ohio, tell me where you do that, and I'll make sure that you get on the list of our bureau chiefs. I got a letter from Oleg, who is a German expat, and he lives in London, Ontario now, and listens to the show.
Cool.
He said, I would very much like to be the bureau man up here. Canadian English is my second language. I work in the windmill industry in southern Ontario. London is not that far from Toronto. And sometimes I can pick up the show over the air when I'm working close to the lake, but I usually listen to the podcast. A guy called yesterday to talk about a restaurant down south called the Tar Baby. We were talking about Sambo's going away, Aunt Jemima's going away, Uncle Ben's, Mrs. Butterworth, the whole bit. The Black Eye and Cream of Wheat they're getting rid of. Cream of Wheat's garbage anyway, right?
Yeah.
Can we just get rid of cream of wheat?
Huh?
Can we just get rid of cream of wheat?
Yeah, this should be
altogether.
Cocoa wheats. I mean, it's a superior product, and I think it would fit better.
It can't be beat.
A man called yesterday. He says to mention a restaurant called the Tar Baby. Learning the language here, I was told in Canada that this term meant a tricky problem. It's used a lot up here, and I didn't know that it was racially questionable. So I should choose my terms carefully, especially with my German accent.
Oh, boy.
This is quite the tar baby we have here. So he said, maybe I'll just say it's a tricky problem. There you go. So
There you
Oleg is a bureau chief in London, Ontario, who is originally from Germany. So there you go. You don't meet a lot of Olegs. My new television, I think, uses that technology, Bill.
That's
but
OLED.
I'm sorry?
OLED.
No, it's not that heavy. But there it is. So, I saw that there are a whole list of brands that are going to divest themselves of their racist mascots. Aunt Jemima's going away. I guess I didn't remember that Mrs. Butterworth was also a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the case? I thought I remembered animated cartoons and it wasn't a black woman.
I thought
but
she just was the syrup bottle.
She's the bottle.
I think she was. I think she was black. Yeah.
The cook on the cream of wheat box actually has a name.
Oh, let's guess it. What's it start with?
I don't know that you're ever going to guess. It starts with an R.
Randall.
Renard.
Randall, the cream of wheat guy. No, they're going to change the
Rototiller.
mascot because his name has historically been used as a derogatory term toward black men. His name is Rastus. R-A-S-T-U-S.
Oh, no.
I never knew that.
I've never heard that word.
I've never heard it as a slur. You ever heard Rastus?
No.
Yeah.
Rastus.
I love how white people have no culture until it comes to making up slurs. And then we just create so many that we have no idea that that Rastus was one of them.
Well, you need one for every occasion,
Yeah,
apparently.
right,
You never
yeah.
know when you're going to run into someone that you need to insult.
Maybe
and so you
it's-
want to have a whole panoply of slurs.
Only when they're eating cream of wheat. That's the only time you use that one? That's what it's...
I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't
That
know.
seems very strange.
Cream of wheat was tough because it was hard to nail. You'd either get it super runny or super clumpy.
I don't think
right?
I
Like
ever-
you're eating drywall paste.
It's like porridge, right?
Yeah.
Oatmeal is what I thought.
Well,
it
it's
was.
really like if oatmeal's a little too delightful for you, you dial it back to cream of wheat. But before you had the packets where you could just nuke them, you're boiling water when I was a kid on the stove, and then pouring cream of wheat into it, and you got to get the consistency just right.
Yeah.
And because we weren't allowed to put sugar in it or anything, my siblings would put butter in it, but I'm on record as, despising butter. So I'm sitting there eating cream of wheat, hoping I nail it so I can choke this crap down. I'd put some cinnamon on it, but that doesn't make
Unflavored
it...
for me.
Huh? Yeah. Right. So the Mars brand owns Uncle Ben's, and they said that they are going to take Uncle Ben off.
I eat that stuff
Uncle
left and
Ben?
right, man.
I'm a Zatarans man, baby.
Well,
Uncle Ben's.
Uncle Ben's has the Ready Rice. They're little pouches
You put 'em in the
that you put them
microwave.
in the microwave for 90 seconds, and I make 2 of those to meal prep for an entire week, and they're pretty cheap too.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't care
And they're
about...
good.
They're really good, yeah.
Aunt Jemima ain't gonna bother me. Good riddance. I come from a Bisquick family. Cream of wheat sucks. And Uncle Ben's, man. So a lot of these things are going away. Fine, good. I haven't heard one person complaining about that. Even people who probably think it's silly, I don't know that they're complaining about it. Aunt Jemima has been around for 130 years. So it took them this. That's to me, the broader point, is that they're kind of doing this under duress.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do. But for a century and almost a half, they go, let's just do
It's
that.
one of those things
know.
where I don't think they were even thinking about it.
They updated Betty Crocker
but
before they did this.
But before the show today, I went on Reddit and there was a clip of all these old Aunt Jemima commercials.
Yeah.
And they're it's mostly about the pancakes, but it's one of those things where I think that back in the day when people would eat Aunt Jemima, they'd be like, "Oh, hey, I'm not racist. I like
Mammy
Aunt
made
Jemima.
this,
Yeah,
yeah.
like I like what they do." And I think that's in their. They're like, "Oh, because I think in a way they thought they were supporting a black lady."
She's getting into work. I remember when I went to my first Waffle House, and my uncle, who is a white man married to a black woman, like we were sitting down and it was just a pretty chill. He was like, "Ooh, man, these waffles are good." He was like, "You got some mammies working back there." And then my aunt just kind of like looked at him, and then I was young, so I repeated it. She's like, "Don't you say that out loud." I'm like, "What?" I didn't know what a mammy was. I never heard of that before.
It was like the character in the old Tom and Jerry cartoons.
But it was like a housewoman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gone with the Wind. Everybody,
I didn't know until we talked about it a couple weeks ago on air.
Just pour out Aunt Jemima buckwheat mix from the yellow box. Then add milk. Serve with crisp brown pork sausage or with ham or bacon. Lots of lucky men can have Aunt Jemima buckwheats tomorrow if they only ask for them.
Men, ask for Aunt Jemima buckwheat pancakes.
Men.
So creepy.
Now, again, it's,
That's right,
other than
right.
the old box with the stereotypical black lady on it, there's nothing racist about the commercial. But
No, it's just sexist.
yeah, a lot of men could have tell your wife to cook up some flapjacks.
Mm-hmm. I want some buckwheat pancakes
Yeah.
and some crispy bacon.
Now, they did have something called the Aunt Jemima Variety Show. You know, radio shows used to be kind of, things are still sponsored, but it would be like the Borax Drama Hour, where they'd have the title sponsor, you know?
I wish I was on the cotton, oh, that down, not away.
Smiling, happy Aunt Jemima, famous for her secret recipe pancakes, waffles, and buckwheat. What's your happy thought for today?
Well, Mr. Lyon, folks says you can't buy happiness, but you can earn it.
Right, this one's called Eyes in Town, honey. So, yeah, there's a lot of those old-timey radio shows. But I couldn't care less that they're going to change all these brands.
No,
Say,
I don't
fine,
care.
good. I mean, what are you going to call it, though?
Aunt Jemima?
You're not going to keep the name.
No.
No. That's what I mean. Like, they call it...
have a contest, see who makes the best pancakes, and name it after them.
Right. Brenda's Pancake Mix.
Sure.
Joanna's Pancakes.
I eat pancakes a couple times a year.
I couldn't tell you the last time I had pancakes.
We talked about this when you're like, who's making pancakes and eating them before work?
Right.
Like, I don't think anybody is.
Yeah, that's like a
But it's
Saturday
like breakfast.
kind of
Yeah,
thing.
it's like a breakfast
Saturday
when I'm
or
on the
Sunday,
road. I'll get a pancake.
I'll make my girlfriend pancakes. That's the last time I made my girlfriend pancakes a couple months ago.
That's making them. You can get anything in microwavable form now. You can put a little stack of flapjacks in the microwave and nuke
but that's
them.
not how you want to do it.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm sure there's people who love pancakes. I just never understood it as a breakfast food.
Yeah.
You know, first thing in the morning, let's get some wheat and milk in your stomach.
It's cake, yeah. I mean,
send you off to school to fall asleep.
It's one of those things where it's always been more of a weekend breakfast food. Like, I think of it as a breakfast food, but it's not something that I'm going to have to start my day. Like, I'm not going to take my dog for a 2-mile walk, get back to the house, and be like, now it's time for some pancakes. Because then it's, like you said, instant nap.
Rasmus, people are telling me, was the cream of wheat guy. That I've heard.
I didn't know it was a slur,
I don't
though.
know either, yeah.
Well, because there was an old-timey joke I remember. A woman, her name, God, what was the joke? Erasmus B. Black? Or something like that. That's an old-timey punchline to something, and I don't...
Is it in our book? Where's that old book we have? of
Hey!
the
Where's
racist
this old
jokes?
book of jokes?
This is more about Polish people.
Yeah.
Token jokes of the morning.
There you go.
A man of a certain ethnicity.
Yeah.
That's what they say in there.
Oh, right. Yeah. Man of a certain ethnicity. Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill is your friend Timothy Mozgov.
Oh, hey.
Do you
What's going on, man?
remember me?
I do remember you.
Formerly of Cleveland Cavaliers.
Correct.
Right. How you been, Bill?
I've been good. I'm excited. Basketball's supposed to start back up at the end of July, and I'm excited for that.
About that.
Yeah.
NBA just like Mozgov right now. Nobody playing.
Well, the Cavs won't be part of it, so that's a little bit of a bummer.
Well, if Cavaliers can't be part of it, Bill, I won't pay attention.
Oh no. What do you know anything about what's going on with the Cavs right now? Like maybe you saw that Kevin Love won the Arthur Ashe Award, or you know about the new coach that they have.
I have heard about the new coach, yes. HR Puffin stuff. I heard about him.
That's not his name. JB Bickerstaff is his name.
LQ Marker Finger. I heard of him, yes. I don't think he could handle Mozgov, Bill.
Probably not.
I think if I stood next to DQ Snicker Blizzard and said, hey, don't tell me how to play basketball, Mozgov don't like to be coached.
So they're going to be playing in your old stomping grounds in Orlando.
That's right. I'm, of course, from St. Petersburg. My Florida accent betrays me, Bill, every time.
Everyone can tell.
Everyone can tell when they run into me. They go, there's native of Florida, Mozgov, big Mozgov.
So what made you call in today? What's going on?
They're just checking in.
Oh, yeah?
I heard the Cavaliers were also doing Juneteenth.
Yeah, they're going to celebrate Juneteenth. They give everybody the day off. I think that's a good move.
Wait, what?
It's a holiday they're celebrating.
No, Juneteenth, Bill. When, the summer teeth, some are here, some are there. Juneteenth. That's what we call it in Russia.
Oh, I think there's a little bit of a miscommunication there then.
When your town doesn't have dentist.
Oh.
They go, you have Juneteenth. That's what Cavaliers celebrating.
I don't think that's what that is.
Strange to me, Bill.
Yeah.
They're also rich.
Mm-hmm.
You think they would have dentists in their town?
You think so?
Yes, why celebrate?
Maybe it's in honor of Russia.
Bill, not in honor of Russia. I know what you're doing, Bill. You're trying to be funny.
I'm just trying to connect the dots, really.
That's what Juneteenth is for. When you smile, you go, oh my goodness, something going on there. Should fix.
Well, if you wear a mask, then no one's even going to notice your teeth. So there's one workaround.
Mozgov wears mask every day.
That's good.
Yes. It covers my whole face.
Even your eyes?
Yes. Well, it has eye holes.
Okay, that's good.
I look out the eye hole mask.
That's good.
But on mask, picture of Mozgov. So people notice me, Bill.
That's actually pretty clever. I like that.
Of course, thank you.
And I'm sure you blend in, being 7'8" or whatever you are.
I'm not trying to blend in. I'm just trying to live my life and be considerate of other people.
That's good to beat considerate.
Bill, I see what you did there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Little plug for Mozgov's beet barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
It's a staple at any June. What was it?
Juneteenth, Bill.
Juneteenth celebration. It's Father's Day on Sunday.
Hard to chew beets with Juneteenth, yes. Right. Father's Day Sunday, that's right.
Yeah, how's the little Mozgov going to celebrate with you?
Who? Oh, I thought you meant my penis. Call him Little Mozgov, right?
That's right.
You mean my son, Little Mozgov?
Yeah,
Little Timothy.
Yeah, Little Timothy.
Right. You have to be very specific there, Bill. Right.
You guys got plans?
We do have plans, yes. We're going over to my friend's house.
Who's your friend?
Comedian Chris D'Elia. Maybe have you ever heard of him, Bill?
Yes, I have. Why are you going there?
Well, he wanted to meet Little Mozgov. He wanted to meet my son.
And why is that?
I don't know. I guess he think he's funny. So we're going to go and say hi to him, and don't know what we'll do for Father's Day, though. Should be fun.
Yeah. Well, keep us updated.
We're going to play Game of Horse.
Like basketball game of horse?
No, it's when we kill and eat it.
How's that a game?
Have you ever tried to kill and eat a horse?
I have not.
Oh, it's a game, Bill.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
That's right. Only one person wins, and that person is not the horse.
How do you win?
You win by staying alive and eating the horse. Some people have lost Game of Horse to the horse.
And they got eaten by a horse?
No, they don't eat you. They're not savages. But they will stomp the mask right off your face, Bill.
What's your favorite part of the horse to eat?
The hind quarter, of course.
How do you prepare it?
With a little shaved hoof on top and some beets, of course, Bill.
And some beets, okay.
Full circle. All right, then. Happy Father's Day to you, Bill.
Happy Father's Day.
And I will tell you how a weekend goes. And if you need Mozgov mask, tell me.
I would love that.
I'm printing them.
Yes, please.
And with my 3D printer, Bill.
Oh, wow.
Me and two friends, we put our D's together and see what I did?
Yeah.
All right. I got to go.
Good to call. Yeah,
I
goodbye.
love you too. I love you. Okay, see you later.
It's weird how like only 2 callers have theme music.
It is a little weird.
Who? What do you mean? Who has theme music?
There are certain callers that when you like
I was
leave
out of the room, Bill.
I know.
Oh, come on.
But the theme music automatically comes on for 2 callers. And
Interesting.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, that is a quandary.
And you're always gone.
All right. Hey, I've got a break. If you want to get a text in 35192, and you can find us at alancoxshow.com. We'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
So my wife said something weird yesterday. She said if anything ever happens to her,
iHeart radio station.
Two 216-578-1007. Join us live or 800-348-1007. Want to text me 35192. New Poundcake up there for you at AlanCoxShow.com. It's called Ethnicity Filters. And the live stream's there, of course. The Instagram Hotties with the new installment of the Bill Squire Show. And blah, blah, blah. Hey, Dana.
Yes.
Hello, what's up?
Hi, Alan. I just want to know how you guys don't love pancakes. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, everybody loves pancakes. My kids love pancakes.
I know. I like them. I never understood why they were breakfast food.
Well, they're all the time food. Like, they're anytime food. You can do
But would you want to
anything.
dump, Dana, would
Put
you...
anything you want in them.
Right, but would you want to dump a big stack of flapjacks in your stomach and then go off to work or school or put yourself in a carb coma?
Well,
I don't think this is an...
there's good and bad about being in a carb coma.
Well, not at work. I mean, I don't...
We like weekend pancakes and late night before bedtime pancakes.
Before bedtime?
Midnight snack kicks.
Psychos out there. I mean, I don't think I have a controversial opinion on this. I mean, and then all night you're laying there digesting pancakes?
To soak up like a really bad drunk night and super absorbent pancakes.
Oh, like 4 a.m. diner pancakes.
Okay, but you're throwing a lot of different scenarios out there. I mean, anything's going to taste good when you're drunk.
Good all the time.
Well, she's really planting her flag in pancakes.
Pancakes.
Dana's like, I only black out so I can get pancakes.
Jeez. Are you like an IHOP shareholder,
Yeah,
Dana,
what's
or
going
what?
on here?
Jesus.
Her dad is Denny.
I prefer Denny's because they're open later, but.
I thought Denny's and IHOP were both open 24 hours, or no?
Yeah.
Well, the Denny's is closer to me, so I always stop there on my way home.
I see. So when was the...
Yeah, my kids love pancakes. They
Sounds
like
you could use a pancake right now.
How many times did you say pancakes during this call?
I think maybe somebody put her up to saying pancakes as many times as she could.
How many times do you say pancake on the
When was
radio?
the last time you had pancakes?
Friday. And I'm making them again tomorrow.
So once
do
a
it every
week.
Friday
I mean, for as far as you've gone down to the mat for these, you're only having them once a week? You sound like somebody who is making a play for having them like daily at some point.
Sometimes we have them Friday and Saturday because my husband goes to work at 4 in the morning, and we like to make them together. So.
And how many children do you
It's
have?
not like I'm going to get up at 4 in the morning. I have 3.
And they're all on board
5,
with
and
Mom, the
16.
pancake queen?
Yeah, and Dad's the bacon or sausage, sometimes both. So, yeah, but Mom is the pancake queen for sure. And, like, we do sprinkles and chocolate chips. And
Oh,
cupcakes
yeah.
And
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse and, whatever I can
Right.
come up with to make it the shape of a pancake.
Got some slim kids working there, I'm sure. All right, listen.
They're actually not.
Yeah, childhood diabetes is a real thing.
You would sound like we would be. And Aunt Jemima, she goes all over them. So.
Aunt Jemima. Somebody suggested they rename that brand Ain't Jemima.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's not bad.
I thought that's where it came from.
What, Aunt Jemima?
Aunt Jemima.
No, it came from like a character, like a woman.
But no, the character was supposed to be like a parody of a black woman. She was sassy, and she was like, "I ain't your mama." And it came
Aunt
into
Jemima.
Yeah, Aunt Jemima.
Oh, I see.
It's a
Oh, I get it.
yeah.
Aunt
It's
Jemima.
supposed to be a character.
Well, if Dana is your mama, you're going to be having a lot of pancakes. So,
Yeah, you are.
all right. Well,
Her kids are like, can we just have
Congratulations.
a vegetable,
Mom,
Mom? It's
right.
every
vegetable.
day.
One egg.
yeah. Okay. Well, bon appetit, Dana.
Some ham.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow for breakfast.
Okay. Yeah. Breakfast at Dana's house.
Dana likes.
She was
Pancakes.
really on the pancake train.
I get it.
Listen,
I like pancakes. I just
do
don't
too.
eat them regularly.
No, I do too.
I'm gonna
And
have
frankly,
to get pancakes this weekend now.
when given the choice, I will gravitate toward a waffle.
See, I like waffles since lactose has been so rough the last couple years. I would eat waffles with cheddar cheese on it. I know it sounds wild, but that sweet and savory mix, so good. Shredded cheddar cheese on top of a waffle, yeah. I haven't done that in quite some time.
Again, I understand the flavor profile.
And syrup, too.
But boy, people are really overrating the sweet and savory thing.
Dude, one of my favorites.
I'm fine with sweet and sweet.
Sweet
If I'm
and
having if I'm
savory.
having like a blueberry pancake with syrup on it or something,
Yeah.
I don't need salt on it.
You don't get like bacon or sausage on the side? That's salt?
No.
Come on.
No. If I'm having bacon, it's probably going to
Potatoes?
be with an omelet or something. No.
Okay.
Potatoes and pancakes?
Maybe.
Starch and carbs and oh my god.
You don't know.
No wonder
maybe
everybody's falling asleep.
Carbo loading to run a marathon. You don't know.
Are you?
Maybe.
You're definitely gonna be one of those people that poops their pants when they're running.
And it's going to come out in one long tube.
It'll look like a
You're supposed to eat whole wheat pasta, not diner food.
I'm a little stopped up. You can leave us a message, by the way, anytime if you can't get through to regale us with your love of pancakes. You can call the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903.
All right. Sorry I had to call back. I had to take a couple minutes after seeing that crap. Something that Poundcake said last week that's really just irked me, and I don't know why. He said, and I quote, "I don't want to be the stereotypical gay that has boyfriends with one-syllable names, like Tom, Pete, Brian."
Did I say Brian?
Brian. I don't know. Out of all the dumb things he said, that really bugs the snot out of me. I am so embarrassed to have gone to the same college as this guy. Have a good day, guys.
Poundcake, he really wanted to get that off his chest, that Brian is not a monosyllabic name.
I remember what he was talking about. I remember saying the names, but I don't remember Brian. But I probably did say it. Do you know that I don't care? But I'm not mad at myself about that like I usually am because I know what a syllable is. I know.
Because I'm stupid.
I know the names of one syllable. So
How many times you can clap during your name? Mary Lynn.
Is that what
That's
it is?
how we learned it. That's how we learned syllables.
By clapping?
Yeah, Santora. That's how we did it.
In like kindergarten?
Yeah,
Or
when
college?
whenever
College. So
you
you're a cheerleader,
learn,
I don't know.
In college, like,
No, it's whenever you learn syllables. Elementary school, they said just clap with your name, and that's how many syllables you have.
Okay.
Assuming you're clapping in rhythm with
But
your
you're
name.
gonna Mary Lynn.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that
You'd be like,
doesn't sound right. No, that doesn't sound right. Bill. Yeah.
yeah. So
I
Some people said
don't recall learning syllables.
the other way I've heard people learn is you put your hand under your chin, and every time your mouth opens, that's how many syllables it is. So like Mary Lynn 3. Your hand goes down 3 times.
Okay.
But also, if you learn numbers, which you do before syllables, I would think you'd be able to associate them with syllables.
Right, but people don't quite understand what a syllable is,
Or how to
especially when
pronounce
you're
it, maybe?
a little kid. You don't understand that a syllable is. I mean,
I don't even know how to describe a syllable.
Part of a word.
A beat of the word?
Yeah.
Is it what's the word? Or what's the term we need? A syllable is the number of beats, the number of
I'll tell you how it's defined.
Mozgow's going to call back.
No, 4 beats.
in a word.
A unit of Thank you. Unit of pronunciation having one vowel sound.
One vowel
With
sound.
or without surrounding consonants.
Okay.
There are 2 syllables in water and 3 in inferno.
Okay, I didn't know it was revolved around. I'm sure they explained that to us.
This is
but-
very, very simple for any young child to learn. It's a unit of organization for a sequence of speech sounds typically made up of a syllable nucleus with an optional initial and final margins.
You should have Nora read that.
Come on, Tommy.
Good thing we have numbers.
Isn't that
At least I learned
amazing?
by numbers.
Yeah.
Tommy, that makes sense.
I know. I'll teach her.
Isn't that amazing? I hope you think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my bad, Brian. I didn't do it on purpose, but I know what a syllable is. So, I mean, don't be mad because I called you a homosexual. It's not a bad thing. It's Pride Month. Leave us alone. Oh, thank you.
You called him a homosexual.
He's saying that I put him in the category with gays that have stereotypical gays that have one syllable names.
No, he didn't. He
No,
was saying
he's-
that Brian is not a one syllable name.
Right.
But his name is Brian, so I think he was mad that I was calling him a homosexual.
I don't think his name was Brian.
Oh.
He was calling out the fact that you said you don't like gay guys. You get these gay guys with one syllable names
Okay.
like Brian.
Okay, I thought his name was
He was
Brian. and
no,
that's
no,
why
no.
was
He
pissed.
wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he was
getting all defensive.
He was pissed because he was embarrassed that he went to the same college as you, is what he said.
Understandable.
He went to the University of Akron, and he probably now feels that you are besmirching the reputation of that fine institution. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're the only person I know who matriculated there. I don't know any other University of Akron graduates.
They don't know any either.
Who don't know any either?
The university. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I liked my school environment. Like, I like the people I've met there, and the campus was nice. But once you step off,
just step off, son.
Yeah.
But you were there for 4 years.
5.
5 years.
Victory lap.
You were a super senior.
I was a super senior, but that was because, again, I would have graduated on time, but the show conflicted with the class I had to take.
I understand.
So,
I graduated a semester late.
So it was either, get...
You guys are losers.
Well, I didn't go to college because I'm smarter than ever, but I don't need to go to school. That's good, bro. You do you. You don't need school. They were out.
Well, they were out.
Not far enough.
And
not far
fist-balled.
enough. Yeah. Like my wife graduated in 3 years. I took 4.5 because I started working in the biz.
I got in the biz and I said, screw school, famous. And then I dropped out.
Well, my teacher was like, I believe in you, so we'll work something out.
That's great, though.
And he let me take an extracurricular.
That is very interesting to me, and I know you've told the story before.
Ready?
I started doing stand-up junior year of college, like towards the summer before my junior year.
Mm-hmm.
It would have never occurred to me to drop out of school because I was going to get famous.
I
thought this is going to take a long time to get good at What do you think the difference is?
Highs and lows.
Well, no, not at all. I think that having a knack for performing to begin with, being in theater and cheering, I was very comfortable being on stage. No, but I'm saying starting with that background, and then...
But I had done theater.
Also, my first set went incredibly well. I was in front of 400 students at the student union, and I came in like second or third.
That's my point. After one time, you thought, I had good sets, but it never occurred to me, oh my God, I'm on a rocket ride to stardom.
Well, so that was my first set ever. It was in front, it went incredibly well, and I was like, oh my God, I think I found the thing that I love. Yeah. And then so that was February 23rd, 2012. And then I didn't withdraw from my classes until April, but in the meantime, I had started a stand-up class. There was a comedian who came through a couple months prior, and he performed for us and then handed out papers like, hey, I teach a stand-up class if anybody's interested. And then after my first time on stage, I signed up for the class. So it wasn't until I was about 5 weeks into the class that I was like, this is for me. I don't want to be, because at that point I had switched to math education. So I was like, I don't want to be a teacher. I want to be a stand-up comedian. So once I was into the class and writing regularly and performing regularly,
that's different than thinking you're going to be immediately famous.
Not necessarily famous, but I definitely thought I was going to be successful. That I was like, this is how it goes. I'm doing well.
You thought you were going to be successful quickly.
Gotcha. 6 months, I thought I was going to be on Comedy Central. I was one of the only female comedians in the area. I started working
Toledo?
I started working at Toledo Funny Bone really, really early on.
I bet it's environmental because I was
100%.
In Chicago. I was surrounded by people who had been doing it for a long time and were still like kind of local comics.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I loved it, but I was like,
grind, yeah.
Yeah, I was doing like black rooms because those are the only ones I could get.
And Mary's a bit, and I don't mean this I don't want you to take offense to this, but Mary's a dreamer. Like she likes to. You set high goals for yourself, and you think that, and you go for them.
Yeah.
I don't want to say you think that you could achieve them. Obviously, you can achieve them, but you set really high bars for yourself.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it because.
Yeah, but I'm no different. But I
think you're more realist.
But you can do both.
You set realistic goals for yourself, and you're like, this is what I want to get out of this.
Yeah, but in showbiz, there's no such thing as a realistic goal. Nobody knows how it works. So you could have been right. I was just curious how you got to that.
I had a lot of success in that smaller community very early on, where I was getting spots that I definitely didn't deserve, but I didn't know that. This is like retrospectively. I was getting spots at clubs way before I should have. Like a couple months into comedy, I was working and
you had
things like that.
Killer closer pretty early in.
About a year into comedy, I had a really strong closer that, and bar shows in the places I was working in front of drunk people would destroy and be hard for people to follow.
When did you start consistently crapping the bed?
When I moved to Cleveland.
Okay. So it was probably
summer.
environmental.
That summer, because I had a very big ego as well because I was doing so well. I hadn't really bombed until I was probably 4 or 5 months in whenever I moved to Cleveland. Started in February, I moved here in like June or July. And I started doing open mics around here. And it just didn't translate, or maybe I was too egotistical or whatever it was. I was consistently just eating it on stage for probably a month.
Yeah.
To the point where I almost quit because I was like, man, I'm clearly not as good at this as I thought I was.
Do you think your overconfidence was alcohol induced?
No. I mean, because...
No, it's clearly because you had been kicking ass in Toledo.
Yeah, it's
and
because
came here and thought, step aside, I got
this. That's exactly what it was.
Of course.
And I'd walk in 6 months into a show and be like, why I can close it and do 15. I don't understand. Like, expecting people to kind of know... I was very, very terrible
I was just curious. No, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was curious what... Because it would have never occurred to me that I was going to...
Cleveland humbled me for the first time, and Pete screamed in my face, actually, and banned me for a few years until 2017, when Bill took me back down there. I wasn't allowed to step foot in the Funny Stop for a long time. I did a guest set, and I said the F word 14 times in 5 minutes. And
oh, my God.
Pete came up to... Well, I had only worked bar shows until then. I knew that worked to get drunk people's attention. You just are dirty and gross. Pete told me I'd never work in clubs. I wouldn't be successful.
Meanwhile, he fired you and said you'd never come back by saying the F word 25 times in 3 minutes.
Right. But then a couple years ago...
But not on stage, not to a paying crowd.
Yeah, that's right.
A couple years ago, Bill was headlining on Valentine's Day in 2017 and took me with him and was like, hey, Pete, she's going to feature. And then it's been nice since then. But my first... I had a second round of horrible bombs when I started working the road. So that's where you like... I was like, okay, I got this 30 minutes. I'm killing it featuring. I'm going to get out on the road. And then you're back in those casino gigs with 4 people who don't care in the middle of the gaming floor. And you're doing 30 minutes cold. And so then it was just, this was 2018, was another long stretch of just eating it. And then you kind of build up from there. So my goals have gotten more realistic.
The first time you have to do 30 minutes, because a lot of those shows you see around here are 3-person shows. So the
like
MC goes up, does like 10, 15 minutes to warm everybody up, and then you go up and do, if you're the middle, you do 25 to 30 minutes, and then the headliner goes on for 45 to an hour. So the first time I was doing a 30-minute set, it went okay. Mm-hmm. The next night, it was one of the worst. Like, I if I was a cutter, I would have cut myself, but back then, what I would do when I got like down on myself, I would shave my head. So what I did this night was I had to do 30 minutes, and there was like a little casino in the back of this room. It's in Minot, North Dakota, and I do 30 minutes, and it is rough. Like, it is real rough. I get through my time, but it is a tough set. And so then I go up to my room and just sit there, and I'm super depressed. I'm like, I need to do something to just take my mind off this and make me feel like something's different. And so I just I had like a beard trimmer at the time, and I just shaved my head with it.
How many times did you do that?
I would do that almost every summer. Like,
really?
That was like a regular thing that I would do. Like
Britney Spears did?
Yeah, kind of.
Right. It's having a crisis.
Yeah. All you need is an umbrella. You can start hitting people when they leave the show.
Yeah, I was in a weird place after I got back from the Philippines where I didn't have a lot of confidence in any way. Mm-hmm. And even like trying to look like a regular person like felt weird to me. So I'd shave my head regularly. I didn't have I cut my own hair all the time. It was I was a weirdo.
Yeah.
Total weirdo. But I was shattered from the Philippines experience.
I bet. I never shaved my head after a bad set.
No, I didn't either. I just went and wrote more.
After bad sets, I would drink a lot. I'd cry a lot.
I didn't drink at that time either.
Yeah. Now I'm finally 8 years in, getting to the point where I can take bad sets with, oh yeah, they happen, It takes a long time to get there, I feel like. Or at least it did for me. Whereas, like, a bad set is you have to have it. You have to bomb to appreciate killing. I understand that.
I still suck.
But you get off stage after you bomb, you're like, I'm going to quit. This is the worst day of my life. Like, it hurts so bad. But taking that and be like, why did you bomb? What was it? Was it your attitude? Was it the material? Was it a mixture of yada yada?
Yeah. Off. Oh, well, funny stop tonight for me. Through Saturday.
Don't make Bill shave his head.
I'm over that now. I'm
all right. Okay, let me take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, and you can watch at AlanCoxShow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
216-578-1007. To join us are 800-348-1007. Shoot me a text, 35192. The new Poundcake is up there for you. As it is a Thursday, you'll get ethnicity filters up there. His latest piece for you. His musings on the subject at hand. I thought there was going to be I thought you made a new Poundcake photo.
I did.
No, he's talking about the graphic, not a photo.
Yeah, it's the same photo, but it
just puts new stuff behind it.
It's a new graphic.
Because he changed it like black the last 2 weeks because I think my last two posts were about.
Well, they were like geometric shapes behind you last week.
It was like solidarity thing.
Yeah, just because the first one that I made was more. It was like bright and vibrant and didn't really fit the tone for the ones where he was being more serious.
Right.
So this one I think
it
works pretty well for whatever he's talking about.
Right. And you kind of washed out the color on the down to the skyline background.
Yeah. I wanted that one to have a little bit more. It's not really washed out. It actually made it brighter because it was more washed out, and I wanted to pop more so that when it shows up on people's feed, they go, "What's that? I need to see that."
There's a little pop of color.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy a pop of color.
Yeah. All right,
party nail.
Pop of color.
Party nail.
An old mascot that was taken away by Toasted Oats.
Oh, glitter.
And what is this called?
A party nail?
A party nail?
Yeah.
What color are the other ones?
Purple. But what are those called if they're purple? Are those just called party nails too?
They're my regular nails, but the gold glittery one you said is a party nail, right?
Mm-hmm. Because it looks so sparkly.
It's so sparkly. Well, we have officially become one of those countries that we used to rail against. Scotland. Scotland has decided that they are no longer going to send us Scotland is cutting us off from tear gas, rubber bullets, and riot gear.
Wow. We have plenty. That's okay. We don't need you, Scotland.
The Scottish Parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of canceling United Kingdom weapons exports to the United States. You know, this used to be something that you would hold as leverage over a country. We would do it all the time to countries. You know, everybody sells everybody else something else. Weapons of war and whatnot. And we go, if you guys don't... Well, it used to be. We dangle human rights violations over their heads. Now that the guy at the top here is actually in favor of that.
Them.
In favor of that. Yeah. He's like, but whatever, who cares?
Yeah,
you know?
Concentration camps in China.
Camps,
do whatever you want to do.
Kids in cages, follow my lead.
Cool. So Scotland said that they will not be sending us any more tear gas, rubber bullets, and riot shields.
Oh, man, but how will I cry?
I have a feeling you'll find
Celine
a way.
Dion.
There you go, at the stoplight.
Brothers and sisters are natural enemies, like Englishmen and Scots, or Welshmen and Scots, or Japanese and Scots, or Scots and other Scots. Damn Scots! They ruined Scotland!
Uh-huh.
Damn, I love that show.
Well, the Scottish sure are a contentious people. You just made us enemy for life. Those are my people, Bill. The
Scottish,
Scots.
yeah.
Yes, or the Welsh. I'm still trying to figure it out. My wife goes, what do you want to do for Father's Day? I go, I don't know. My older kids are coming. But
Cookout.
Yeah, maybe. Because it's like, you know, where are we going to go?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, cookout. You do all the work.
Cookout. Yeah, I do all the work.
Perfect Father's Day.
My dad, he's back. He's like, casinos are opening. You can take me for Father's Day. I was like, if you don't keep your ass out of those petri dish places.
They're sending out the mailers like, hey, we miss you. Come on back.
Oh, my
Jack
God.
Casino sending those out.
I don't know what their health,
They'll be fine. It's going to be full of people.
I know, but that is scary to me. The average age and health of the people in casinos is like, that is the target group.
I know. There's a lot of oxygen tanks in
and
these
I keep
places.
telling my dad, I'm like, dude, please do not go back in there. Please. I'm begging him. And I think he's mostly joking, but...
You're just getting him away from eating overnight.
I know!
You got to keep him out of the casino.
But he's joking about doing that on Sunday. I'm like, man, maybe I'll just buy him a bunch of scratch-offs and keep him busy. The bingo ones that take 2 hours.
Yeah,
like,
do that.
Do this,
bingo
play
ones
this.
that take and then space them out so he has to walk in and pick them all up.
It's like a scavenger.
yeah. Get a little exercise,
Yeah,
get a little
there you go.
enjoyment.
That's a good
It's
idea.
little reward, yeah.
This one was on the top of my shoe, but I couldn't reach it. It's right there, mocking me. Yeah, I'm never any help.
For Father's Day?
Or my birthday's coming up, so it's like I don't know what I'm no help at all. I'll see my
what
kids.
would be,
That's all I need.
I was going to ask, is that enough for you? That's an
Of
ideal
course.
Father's Day?
Of course.
Well, then there you go.
Like what are you gonna get me, a saw? Like I don't,
Do you want a saw?
Everything I need,
He
I
likes
buy.
tools, yeah.
I have all the
I
tools.
think the time
need.
is what you want. You want
Yeah.
the quality time with them.
That's right.
So you have them come over.
Right.
You cook some food.
Yes.
Everybody has a good time. Have some
Right.
laughs.
Yes.
Maybe FaceTime with your dad.
Yes.
Is that what you're doing, Bill? Do you have any plans?
I don't think so. I mean, I got my dad a Father's Day gift a couple weeks ago, but I haven't made any. I don't think we have plans to get together.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I had to text my dad.
I don't think
"Hey."
it should be on the dad to plan Father's Day.
No, I get that.
Well, that's why
yeah.
Gwen's asking me. She goes, "I'll plan whatever you want to do. Let me know. I'll plan the whole thing." I go, "I don't."
But I saw one of those things where, like, even like Mother's Day, Father's Day, like, we're just like, hey, get a card, whatever. Like, it's pretty low key day for us. We're not like over the top. We have to celebrate. We all have to get together. That's always how it's been.
Mother's Day's easy because all any mother wants is to be alone.
Mm-hmm.
So I made Gwen this huge like brunch, and me and the
Pancakes?
kid are downstairs. No. And I'm just bringing up mimosas to her, right?
Yeah.
And, thing. And she's watching whatever trash she wants to watch, Vanderpump Rules. or
Getting
whatever.
drunk in bed.
Right.
Hell yeah.
And I'm playing with the kid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, we're going to let mom sit and do nothing. Because that's what especially in quarantine.
Oh, yeah.
Any mom, they're like, what do you want? Never ask a mom, what do you want? She will say, alone. What do you want for Mother's Day? Solitude
Time.
is what I want. I'm sure your sisters are the same way. They're
Yeah.
like, I would like to be in a room by myself for no less than 120 minutes.
Mm-hmm. My sister and I are planning trying to do like a little sister vacation for a couple days. And we're trying to keep it under wraps. We're just like, all right, well, let's figure it out.
This is a
let's
good
work
way to
it
do
all
that.
out. Well, and here's what happened. I get a Snapchat from my sister
Don't
this
tell
morning.
anyone, Bill.
Yeah.
I get a Snapchat from my sister this morning, and it's my niece going, she just comes busting through the door and goes, I want to go on vacation with you and Aunt May. And I'm like, no, like my mom had slipped it to my niece, but I was just like, man, she's like, I don't know what to say. I'm like, just tell her no.
Say
You want
no.
some
Say
alone
no.
time.
Yeah.
Like,
This is a mom's trip.
right. This is an adult time. I was
Right.
like, tell her we need to get high and eat edibles. like
And,
that's
and
what
probably meet a couple of Cuban men or something,
Right.
along the way.
She's like, I'm not going to tell her we're doing drugs. I'm like, it's not drugs.
We're going to be drinking some adult spicy water.
I said, listen, mommy needs to be so on another planet. She thinks the ocean is a portal to heaven. Okay, let me sit in the sand alone with no children.
A portal. Yeah.
I hope she's not listening right now.
She's fine.
Yeah, so I got my dad this thing where for 1 year, because I texted him, I go, hey, in case this comes early, don't throw it away.
Yeah.
It's not junk mail. I bought him this thing that's like a year-long, every week they send like a replica of some historical letter.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So you get like some letter from Benjamin Franklin to someone, or, they do a pretty deep dive because there's 52 of them. But I was like, because every year I give my dad an Amazon gift card. Like I email it to him because that's all he wants.
Yeah.
He's like me. He's like, I don't care. And I was like, I should get him something cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so I text him. I go, hey, don't throw this away if you see it's not junk mail. He just writes back, hey, that sounds pretty neat.
That is pretty neat.
Thanks.
That's a good present.
Neat.
My dad, he just got his driveway paved because it was like a stone driveway for a while, a gravel driveway, and now it's a blacktop. And so I got him a basketball hoop so that when, the grandkids come over and stuff like that, they have something to do because they all like basketball a lot. So I figured that'd be a good thing to do.
Yeah.
He's not a super basketball guy, but I think he's also like you, where anything he needs, he'll just go buy it. So I was like, something that he can do to enjoy with his grandkids, I think is something he'll appreciate.
Yeah. That makes people hard to shop for.
What do you get your dad? Poundcake?
He's lucky if he gets a phone call or a text. He called me the other day, and I'm like, I don't.
He call you in advance of Father's Day?
No. It's not for Father's Day. He called me like maybe like a week or two ago, and he's just like, I just want to make sure everything was going good with the pandemic. I'm like, you call me now? Like,
when stuff's back open?
I was like, well, we just decided that the pandemic was over. I can't believe you're calling me now. He's like, yeah, well, things have been kind of crazy over my way. So
but it's not over. He's still calling you during the pandemic.
He means quarantine. Quarantine's over.
Quarantine, but like, still a little late. Like, you called me at the beginning, like, hey, make sure you have a preparation. My mom was talking about having a doomsday bag ready. So I'm like, and you call me now?
The doomsday bag.
He's like, you still, he was like, did the fish go out of business? I'm like, I don't know. I don't work for them.
The fish. It sounds like you should get together with your dad on Father's Day.
No, coronavirus.
How has it not penetrated that you don't work for the fish? You've mentioned it numerous times, right?
I don't even correct him anymore. I now I'm like leaning into the bit.
You're like, great, everything's fishy.
It's like when someone calls you the wrong name for too long.
Exactly. Yeah. I just lean into it. I'm like,
yeah, I'm Jerry. I don't know.
I was like, I've been working. Like, I've been going into the studio every single day. Like, nothing has changed. He's like, oh, wow. I figured a little station like that would go out of business.
But he doesn't ever turn the station on and not ever hear you?
I'm sure he probably does. Matter of fact, I'm sure
But he would never hear you.
He probably thinks he does. He probably turns on the station. He's just like, this is my son's voice right here, I'm sure.
It's a woman.
He don't even realize
that sounds like Cody.
that it's not me. And like, so yeah, I don't even correct him anymore. Don't even correct him. He's like, you're on 117. Like,
so he doesn't know how a radio works.
Yeah,
117. Yeah, I'm on 117. I'm on Poundcake's side on this one. Sounds like he's banging his head against a wall with his dad.
Well, or
not on the fish.
But like, I already
I'm not on 117. That sounds like mostly ham radio.
I really do feel bad though, because now I understand what you guys deal with on a regular basis with me. Because like when he calls,
no, you don't.
Yeah, well, I get a small little glimpse because like. When he calls, I'm like, I know I'm going to have to set aside 20 to 30 minutes where I don't say a word and he just goes. He called me. He called me on the, like, I was leaving the studio, like, a couple weeks ago. That's when he called. And I was on my way to my car. And from the time I turned on my car, I couldn't even hear my squeal. It was like he was talking so loud and so fast. By the time I turned on my car and pulled in my driveway, I had not said one word, and he was just talking and saying everything he had done during the whole, like, coronavirus outbreak.
I think sometimes, though, when people get going like that, they are maybe a little nervous of silence. So even if he does take a break and you don't say anything, he's like, well, I raked the grass.
I think he did. I think he was like, he was like, hey, you there? I'm like, yeah. He's like, okay, just making sure. And went right back. I'm like, man.
You know, I haven't heard you say anything, son, since I haven't let you get a word in edgewise.
A truck could have hit me during that time. He would have just been like...
Well, you weren't on a beach, but...
No, just turning during traffic. Luckily, I have a car phone. But yeah, like, it's ridiculous.
Oh, what a shame. Alan, I found my dad's porn stash.
Ooh.
I left them under the runner on my mom's coffee table.
Why not leave them where they were?
It sounds like mom and dad aren't together anymore if mom has a coffee table, unless they're just being folksy.
Yeah, I'm not. That's weird.
I don't know that my dad ever had that stuff. You know, friends of mine were like, I found this in my dad's sock drawer. I'm like, my parents' door was never open, by the way. I wouldn't even know which dresser was my dad's. And secondly, I don't know that my parents rocked that way.
My parents.
I know they rocked in real life all the time.
They had real good Catholic sex.
My mom was 40 when my sister was born. You know?
I found a book that was my mom's, and
ooh, a steamy book.
Yeah, and I didn't really read much.
Like a Harlequin romance thing.
Fabio
on the cover.
Some sort of sexy book.
Yeah,
his engorged
do you
member.
understand why what that book's about? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, did you read a lot of it? I'm like, nope. And she's like, okay, stay out of my stuff. I'm like, yep.
Those books crack me as he slid his fingertips across my creamy chest. You're like, oh,
creamy? Why is your chest creamy?
She's pale. I don't know.
Usually they say milky white.
Milky white. There it is.
Milky, supple breasts, and they always call it their
milky
sex.
supple. Yeah, they're my sex.
We were visiting.
My sex was
engorged.
Not engorged, but
inflamed.
Inflamed. Yeah.
Inflamed. Oh god, I took a turn there.
Yeah. We were visiting one of my roommates'
pulsating
family's house, like when we were off college, like we were just on break or something like that, and we were visiting his house, his mom like was like, "Oh, hi, boys," and she had like 50 Shades of Grey, and she just slowly tucked it underneath the pillow.
And then she turned 50 Shades of Red.
Oh.
Hi-oh! Mom, are you okay in there? Mom, is anything inflamed? Is anything engorged?
Do girls turn on like vibrators while they read books, like how men like
like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone?
Yeah.
May use a fleshlight while we watch porn. Is
I
that a
mean,
thing?
if it's a sexy book, yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna put it in for a bit and just like read my story.
I'm not.
But it's also like one of those things where you gotta
book.
do you have to scan to a good part where you're like,
I've never read one of those books. I don't know.
I want to make sure I finish at the right time, so I wanted to just be setting something up. It's like, and they were going to brunch that morning.
You're like, not at this part.
Come on.
Pancakes.
Oh,
Spilled the mimosa all over her.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it has to be whatever you're into. You know?
Fleshlight while you're watching porn, huh? That seems like doubling up on the stimulus for me.
Why?
Because I feel
Porn's
like you
not
would
touching you.
I feel like you would either watch porn or use a fleshlight when you didn't have the porn.
No.
Okay, I don't know.
Well,
I don't have a fleshlight, so I don't.
It's just another form of tossing it off. So
yes, I understand what it is.
Is that what it's for?
I'm
It's not an actual
I'm
light.
like, I can't see anything with this thing.
No wonder it's never provided me any illumination.
I think it would be weird.
I'm hitting the thing. The batteries are dead. What?
I think it would be weird to not watch porn and use a fleshlight.
Power's out, honey. Where's my jerk sleeve? No, I assume that people might use it when they don't have pornography. You know, like.
I think they use it to enhance the...
Everybody's doing their thing. I get it.
Yeah.
Let your freak flag fly is what I always say.
I used to read a lot of porn, and usually what you do is you read, and then you get to the point where you're like, okay, now I'm just going to let my imagination run wild, and I like that.
There you go.
You know, a lot of people are pointing out here that now we know the source of Bill's former erotic literature segment that we used to do here.
Oh.
Right? A lot of purple helmeted love warriors.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh my God.
from back in the day.
The old Hercules Sneak Slammer.
There you go.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
It isn't cool.
That's right. Okay, let me break here. If you want to give me a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Yep.
Easy friend.
Dare you?
You thought that
Play
was
the beginning again. Of the beginning of that song, I thought you slowed down the. It was the puddle mud slowed down.
Easy friend.
2.5 speed.
With the head to land, I do make you fit this shoe. I do, but you have a clue.
Oh, yeah.
This thing is huge.
Indeed. So something to look forward to there.
Deftones is sex music.
Was it?
Yeah, it can be.
It
yeah,
is.
it's very atmospheric
yeah.
and yeah. When I saw them last, I don't think last, but one of the times I saw them, they were the band that opened for them is called This Will Destroy You, and they are they're just like atmospheric instrumental metal.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're from Austin or something. Or no, I'm sorry, it was This Will Destroy You and Explosions in the Sky, I think. And so it was like Deftones were the first band of the evening that had a singer, and so it really kind of set the stage for Early Deftones was kind of more Warped Tour-y, but then they kind of got into a groove and
Mighty Deftones.
They kind of set the stage for like screamo type stuff because they do the kind of Pixies things where it's like quiet part, loud part, quiet
a
part,
little bit.
and then that got real popular in the mid 2000s.
Yeah. Right. So
Right? Mighty Deftones.
Mighty Deftones is who you're thinking of. Yes. That's the impression that I get.
Yeah, those
Also
guys. I know those
sex
guys. Yeah.
Me First and the Gimme Gimmes is, I think, sex music.
Yeah. What's the weirdest?
What?
I like to turn music on when I'm doing stuff like that, but it's one of those things where it's got to be the right music. But
Right.
I don't think I could. Ska is not the right music.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think
You know, like a
Ska's
little real big fish? Everybody's doing the fish, and she's just flopping
Specials.
around. Yeah.
You know anything like that? Madness.
One time, just
This is my favorite sex music.
Pull out.
I can see it, kind of like a merry-go-round.
It's an hour of Calliope music. Yes.
Be married in like 2 hours.
Stop it. The one time I was hooking up with a guy, and Wild Wild West was on in the background.
Wait, Will Smith or the other one? The Wild Wild West.
And we were both sober, and it was like early in me not drinking, and I was very not uncomfortable, but I was like sober sex was still like a weird thing to me, and so that was
So not the Escape Club,
Smith.
the Will Smith
the Will Smith one.
from the movie.
Dr. Lovelace, all
Wiki
that.
Wiki Wild Wild West.
Yes.
Wow. Wiki Wiki.
What was that sample that they took for Wild Wild West?
I don't know.
I feel like it was Stevie Wonder, but I feel like that's
Superstition?
I don't remember the song that
Wild
well.
Wild West.
I thought he did a few songs where he was sampling Stevie.
I only have the Escape Club song here. Will
Really?
Smith. Yeah, that's weird. Well, I can't imagine Wild Wild West.
Stevie
and Will Smith
Wonder's 1976 hit song, I Wish.
Okay.
That's the one it is, apparently.
Maybe I'll have that.
Wild Wild West. And they do the whole music video at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish. Yeah. That is I wish that week. Yeah. Okay. Wiki Wiki Wild Wild West.
Yep. Yeah.
Jesus.
Straight to Wild 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 West.
I think Men in Black was also a Stevie Wonder.
Men in Black was Forget Me Nots by Patrice Rushen.
Okay.
Yeah. know that Will Smith's solo is getting played that much on the radio anymore.
I don't think so, but he definitely had a time where he was the top in the music world and in movies. I mean, he was just
I feel like he's a bit more
killing it.
He's more of a stale Prince now. But, you know. Did people go see that last Bad Boys thing, or was it even out?
It was out, yeah. It did okay, I think. I don't think it did, crushed it, but I think it did well enough. It's also one of those things where they released it in, the middle of January, so there wasn't a lot of competition.
I see.
Yeah.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Yeah.
Concussions. I can't remember what it's called.
It was called, wasn't it Concussion?
Was it called Concussion?
I think it was something, yeah. He played that
Yeah.
doctor in Pittsburgh
Yeah.
who discovered CTE. Tell the truth. Yeah. Where are his movies?
Will Smith's?
Yeah. Early 2000s, I think. I watched Hitch the other night.
No,
I like that
everybody can turn around and hit it. Or that was Switch.
Switch. Hitch is the movie.
Oh,
na na na.
Right.
Hey. That's a good one.
I'm just looking for his filmography, and I'm
Welcome
not coming
to
across it.
Miami.
Benito, Miami.
The Millennium album?
Millennium.
Big Willie Style. That was one of the first CDs I ever got. Big Willie Style and Black and Blue by Backstreet Boys.
That was the benefit to Will Smith is that was hip hop I could listen to, or rap I could listen
Because
to
it wasn't-
there was no
Mhm.
swear words.
Yeah, that I got a CD player. It was like a flat CD player that opened up towards you. It was like the coolest thing ever. I don't know how old I was.
Right? How did
It opened up toward you.
so
So like the back of it was here, and then it opened up this way, and then you put the CD in and closed it, so it
I
stood
remember
up,
those kind, yeah.
skipped like crazy. Not great technology. It was
terrible
so
design.
bad.
Looks cool.
Right.
Functionality trash.
Right. But I got that, and then Big Willie Style and Black and Blue, and Now That's What I Call Music Volume 8, I think, were the 3 CDs that I got with
now
it for
they're
Christmas.
up to 328.
Yeah.
He's got a movie coming out where he plays Venus and Serena Williams' dad. But he did Bad Boys. He had that movie Spies in Disguise, which was a cartoon.
Yeah.
And then he did that Gemini Man, where he was fighting a younger version of himself.
Yeah, I didn't
it was
see that
really
one.
off-putting. I don't think anybody did.
He kind of.
And then Aladdin.
He had his moment where he was the top guy. but
He's a talented dude.
No, he's
Like, he's so
incredibly
good.
talented.
Yeah.
I love Will Smith. I think he is fantastic, but his movies just aren't hitting like they used to.
Did you ever watch Bright?
Yes, I like Bright.
Was it good? It
No,
was like Alien
it wasn't
Nation,
good.
though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of that.
Yeah, okay.
It's not good, but it was enjoyable.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Like it's
Yeah.
it's
He's like a
pretty
cop
loose
with an
play.
alien cop partner.
I did a Flicks and Bill when I was still getting that going with Zachariah, where we talked about that movie, and the recording didn't work out, so we never aired it. But man, it was Zachariah really dug into Will Smith in that movie. It's pretty funny though.
Wow.
But it's an enjoyable movie, but there's plot holes like crazy, and it's kind of you can see everything coming, but it's fun.
Listen, for me, he'll always be the ESPN reporter in Anchorman 2.
Oh, I never saw Anchorman 2.
Say whatever you want.
That was,
Consider yourself fortunate.
I loved the first one so much that I was like, I'm not going to ruin it.
Well, he was in Suicide Squad.
Yeah, Suicide Squad.
Mhm.
But I liked his '90s movies going into the early 2000s were like
That's
the
when
best.
he was
Like,
peak, I think.
Yeah, like Enemy of the State and
Independence
Independence
Day.
Day.
Bagger
Wild
Vance.
West. Yeah, Bagger Vance when he started getting more dramatic.
Mhm.
Ali.
Pursuit of Happiness.
I never
That's-
saw that one.
God, with his kid.
That's one of the ones that you
Oh
watch
my
if you
God.
want to cry. If
Yeah,
you're
like I can't believe I just spent 2 hours on this piece of crap.
But it has a happy ending.
Spoiler.
Spoiler alert. No, that's a great movie. I like that. That's like very inspirational. If he can do it, I can do it.
I know.
you
It's a true story, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. But that to me was an excuse to put. He kept trying to put his kid in movies. And his kid's not very good in movies. So he was little then.
kid,
Then they
yeah.
did that After Earth movie.
Yeah, it was Journey to the Center of the Earth or something like that.
After Earth, yeah. It was an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and it was a complete
flop.
Bust.
I Am Legend was great.
I like that
It
movie.
was not.
I liked it.
It was watchable.
I liked it.
I
Rather
was
watch
creepy.
the Omega Man for the 4 millionth time.
The first movie I ever not rewound, but would run back on DVD was iRobot, because you got to see Will Smith's
Yes.
butt.
Yes.
In
When
the
he's
shower
working
scene.
out.
No, it was the shower scene. He was standing up in the shower
Yeah.
like this,
God,
and
he's
he had his butt sticking out. I was like, oh my gosh, I just
body
saw.
goals. You just look at it like, yeah. I'm so
But he was
horny.
such a skinny dude, and then I think
Unbelievable.
for Ali, that's when he got jacked.
He got buffed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that he was supposed to play like Barack Obama in a movie, and this was years ago.
So this is a bit of mine.
This was what
I used to have a bit where I said, I'm going to vote for Obama because if he gets 2 terms, then it's going to be a bigger movie and they're going to get Will Smith to play him. If he only gets 1 term, then it's going to be on like Showtime and it's going to be Terrence Howard.
But like,
Delroy Lindo.
That's just how white folks will do you.
While Obama was still in office, I heard that. Like, they're going to make a movie about Obama and Will Smith's going to play him. Like, I heard that for years and nothing ever came of it. I was waiting for it. I was like, I want my Obama movie. But
maybe it's too soon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of times those, I mean, look at how long it took them to make a movie about Lincoln.
Right?
Although they've already got a Trump thing coming out.
Ugh.
You know who Brendan Gleeson is?
No.
He plays Trump. It's, I guess, the centerpiece of the movie is the
you know who
the
would have
Russian
been great?
investigation or something. But Brendan Gleeson plays Trump.
If Philip Seymour Hoffman was still alive, I feel like he would have nailed that. Similar body types, right?
I think I feel like Philip Seymour Hoffman was a little too slim to play Trump.
Was he?
They can
I
fatten
feel
him
like he was a fat guy.
He was.
He was.
I see what you did there. I get.
Brendan Gleeson.
Go with the bit, Mary.
What is he in?
He's an Irish actor. He's in Bruges, and he
Okay.
was in 28 Days Later, and you know.
I see him. He looks.
Yeah, they
good
do.
for the
There's a
role.
little profile shot
Yeah.
that they released. Like, there's some weird casting, like Jeff Daniels as Jim Comey, but they've got good people in it. I don't know what it's called or when it's coming out. I think it's for Showtime or something. Nightmare on My Street by DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do think it's too early to do a movie about the Russia investigation. Like, there's still some stuff that we haven't even uncovered yet.
Yeah, let him.
Yeah, but what good is it going to do?
Well, it's not like they're waiting to make a movie until they get all the information. You can make a movie anytime you want. You know?
I know,
Let's
but-
take the information we have and make a movie out of it. I don't know.
But
I think
things come out.
they're just
Accurate?
they're looking for
Projects.
yeah, projects.
I hope they make him as dumb. Like, just in the movie, you see, I want it to be the exact quotes from Trump. That's what I want.
Yeah, but I feel like how are you gonna dramatize or fictionalize? Not fictionalize, but how are you gonna dramatize that? Like, unless you make it a slapstick comedy or something, which they're not gonna do. You know what I mean?
That would be good though if they did a slapstick comedy with the actual quotes and everything.
That's what I mean. Because you're not going to make him sound intelligent. Like, Trump's not going to say anything, like, really important. He's like, give it to me on a PowerPoint. Like, that's not an interesting movie. This is too long. I need illustrations. It's not a cool movie.
It's a good
Many
Trump
other
impression, though.
cures and therapeutics over the years. These are the people, the best, the smartest, the most brilliant anywhere. And they've come up with the AIDS vaccine. They've come up with, or the AIDS, and as you know, there's various things, and now various companies are involved.
Yeah, you know, the AIDS vaccine
Oh, okay.
that isn't real, and various things in various companies. They should call the movie "Various Things, Various Companies."
In
No,
areas like such as.
They should make it a slapstick comedy and call it The Commander of Cheese.
Or lots of per capitas.
Yeah, that's true too.
And you know, when you say per capita, there's many per capitas. It's like per capita relative to what? But you can look at just about any category, and we're really at the top, meaning positive on a per capita basis.
The President of the United States and the Commander of Cheese.
I like Commander of Cheese for that.
For the comedy, yeah.
For the comedy, the Commander of Cheese. Alan, tell Poundcake that you see Will Smith's ass and shaft in Wild Wild West, says Jenna.
Do you?
There's no way.
I watched the movie when
It's
I
a
was a kid.
PG-13 movie.
Yeah, I watched the movie when I was
That's
a kid.
a great name for his autobiography, though.
Ass and Shaft.
I mean, I know Samuel L. Jackson played Shaft, but still.
Maybe that's a
Shut your
spinoff,
mouth.
Ass and Shaft. It's Donkey from Shrek. It's Samuel L. Jackson.
We just put Shrek on for our daughter. We were like, oh,
Shaft.
We're like, Shrek, she'll like Shrek. Couldn't have cared less.
Really?
Yeah.
Shrek's a good one.
She's only made it through a couple of movies. All these other ones, it's like she does, you know.
What does she gravitate to? Because, like, if my niece is watching a movie and there's not a princess in it in the first 15 seconds, she's like, this is trash.
No, not necessarily that. I mean, we watched the original Jumanji, which she liked, and so
Okay.
that got her to watch the first of the two new ones, right? Like that too.
Home Alone. You guys watch that?
Home Alone, she liked. Yep. Exorcist, loved that one.
Good.
But boy, she couldn't have cared less about Shrek. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. That was a big hit.
That's a fun one.
That's a fun one,
I remember going to see that in the theater when my older kids were younger. Bill Hader and Anna Faris and all that. But Shrek was not scratching her where she itched.
What about Despicable Me's? My niece is upset. She was really into those.
I think like the first one, those are because the Minions are what get the kids in,
And the little kids are real cute in that show.
Okay, let me take one last break here. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart